time was called, they will have given their life in the most worthy of all things, in the only way that can truly demand the life from you, and that is in service to the spirit of the West. About the heroes of Westernkind. Throughout all of our history, read about the heroes of Westernkind. All of our history. In the midst of combat, bullets flying by, they were able to maintain their composure, and they knew that if their time was called, they will have given their life in the most worthy of all things, in the only way that can truly demand the life from you, and that is in service to the spirit of the West.
November is about one thing: stopping the radical Biden, Pelosi, Papist, socialist agenda in its tracks that has been ripping off hardworking families like yours and mine every single day.
Is it socialist or is it anti-white?
Our Democrat opponent, Chris Papist, is
That is your chance to be ruthless.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out.
Is it socialist or is it anti-white?
I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Is it socialist or is it anti-white?
Then it's your chance to be ruthless.
That is your chance to be ruthless.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Fort Hood to be renamed for Richard Cavazos. Kanye West tweet about going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, removed from Twitter. We'll be talking about that as well. PayPal claiming now that they're going to pull back on this desire to financially inflict injury, fining those who are not anti-white enough. Those are our stories today. The Go Free lesson of the day is we're going to push back against this notion that successfully waging war against the West somehow benefits the white sympathetic folks within the West. From the glossary, white illbeing, what exactly is that? We'll be talking about that. And the MP, white genocide in South Africa is a myth. Your comments, questions, and calls. And then there's this. 3 guys who are friends they want to get married at the same church. One of the guys is marrying an older woman. One is marrying a middle-aged woman, and one is marrying a young woman. The preacher tells the couples that to get married in his church, they have to be able to go without making love for at least 1 month. After a month goes by, the 3 couples return to the church. The preacher asks, "Have you completed the month without making love?" The couple with the older woman says, "Oh yeah, it was easy." The couple with the middle-aged woman says, "It was somewhat difficult on 2 days out of the month, but yes, we went the month without making love." The preacher turns to the final couple, "And what about you two?" As the young woman looks at the floor, the boyfriend responds, "We couldn't do it." "Tell me why," says the preacher. "Well, on the 3rd day of the challenge, she dropped a pack of bacon on the floor and looked over her shoulder at me as she slowly picked it up." "That's enough," shouts the preacher. "You are not welcome in my church." The boyfriend smiles. "We're not welcome at the grocery store either." And if you all can hear me okay, we'll see as we're pulling up the final bits of making sure this is running properly. And it is indeed running properly. You all can hear me, I hope. Let me know. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow, where they are working diligently on bridge repairs. It's wonderful to have you all here. You may financially gift over the course of this stream at Entropy, which I finally have up and running, at Odyssey as well, both at 15% cost to you, or at Cash App. That'll be over on the monitors over to my right, your left. The URLs for all, however, are in the description below. That's where you can find them. You may also financially gift with cryptocurrency, if anybody does that anymore. We haven't had any anonymous gifts over the course of the previous week, so I have nothing to talk about with regard to that. But you may financially give with cryptocurrencies on Cash App. You may do so over at nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab, and you will see there that you can financially gift to 5 different wallets. And wonderful to see everybody here today. And I see the great Brant Danger already sharing links. We are going to have Yizz, the Unifier, with us in about an hour or so. So make sure you go nowhere. Make sure you go nowhere. You may also, over the course of this gathering, and I hope you will, tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms so that I can see your questions or comments and we can get underway, because going free is all about learning so that we can recapture our destiny. We are about making changes. We are going to cover some stories here in just a moment. But before we get to those stories, I do want to point out that right now there is a televised live Donald Trump speech coming up. He is supposed to appear at 7. I will drop the link to this, and any of the troll slayers, if they can find it, they can drop the link in the live chat as well. Please, every now and again, head on over there. Tell the good folks in the live chat if they want real MAGA victories, if they want to actually change the United States, then they need to go over. No White Guilt is live right now do this and you might expand the community. You might save somebody who needs to be saved, and that person might very well be you. So I deeply appreciate it. They're live now. This is the MAGA movement. This is the Republican rebel movement pushing back against the establishment. And they've had so far women, homosexuals, and non-whites up at the lectern. And I don't know, it might be a male up there, might be a white male up there right now, but who knows? Who knows what is up in his life or his world or what he's all about. So why don't we get started with a couple of pieces of news, and let's see what we have here. Oh, I could grab this. There's your link to head on over there and give those people a hello and maybe save their lives. But starting in the news, we have Fort Hood to be renamed for Richard Cavazos, a 4-star Hispanic general. Great. Folks, this is called white erasure. And you need to talk about this all the time with your friends, family, and strangers. It's another reason why white erasure is better than the term white genocide, because this is tangible. This is real. This is lives. How many of those are from military families? And you have somebody that at some point or another was stationed at or had to visit Fort Hood. No more, because there it is Guatemala. It is now Fort Cavazos, U.S. Army base Fort Hood, named for a Confederate major general who led troops into battle against the United States during the War for Southern Independence, as there was no civil war in the United States. Will be renamed for a Latino post-war 4-star Army general. Why am I saying it like that? Because like all of the rest of you, in class, at work, whatever it is, where you had people who are descended, they could be second generation, third generation, fourth generation, Latino. They always pronounce these things this way. They don't say England with an English accent. They don't say France with a French accent. But every single time it comes to something that is Hispanic, it suddenly becomes Latino. Speaking English fine the rest of the time. So it's going to be General Cavazos. And this is named for a Confederate major general. Now, why were these places? Why is the entire South, and indeed some places outside of the South, named after Confederate generals, Confederate heroes? Why is that? Because they were Americans. Because this was a conflict of brother against brother in what now is the United States. And so we honored our brothers. We honored their life lost. We honored a struggle for independence in the United States. It was an attempt, because remember, the United States, by the way, became its own country by seceding and declaring that self-determination was the most holy of things that could be done in governance. And then 100 years later, the South said, we don't like the way this is going, and we are going to serve our own interests, and we are going to govern ourselves, and we're going to pull back from this union that we had agreed to be part of, and it was legal to do so. And then the United States promptly invaded. Now, this is my opinion, of course. If you're talking to the historians from inside the anti-white narrative, something very different happened. But this, of course, is my opinion. They were promptly invaded, and it was an impossible win for the South, because they were massively outnumbered, and all of the manufacturing was in the northern states, or in what was left of the United States. So it was, without aid from the outside, an impossible thing. And yet our heroes marched forth to conflict, and they ended up winning far more battles than they lost. But it was a battle of attrition, a war of attrition. And so we honor these people. And especially in a military context, you want to say, we want our soldiers to behave like General Hood. We want our soldiers to behave like they behaved on these battlefields so long ago, when we turned our firearms on each other and spilled each other's blood, our brother's blood. We want them to be that honorable to go out into conflict. Now, of course, they want to say, well, this was an enemy of the United States. This was an enemy of the United States. So it makes no sense to have anything. That, my friends, is just an excuse to do what? What they were already going to do. And that is white erase us from our lives, from our states, from our country, from our cities, from etc. So now it is ¿Qué pasos? A Latino general. The new name will honor General Richard Cavazos, who is noted for his leadership during the Korean War. I wonder what he actually did. Did he actually do anything that was heroic? I would recognize it if it's the case. Let's see. Who is noted for his leadership during the Korean War when he earned a Silver Star and Distinguished Service Cross for leading the Puerto Rican regiment, the how would you pronounce this? The Bueno, what is it? Quiasos? What is it? How do you pronounce it? Borinquesos. The Borinquesos he led into battle in Korea. The Borinquesos. That's what he did. He led the Borinquesos into battle, and that is the Puerto Ricans. So I wonder, did he get the job because he was a Latino, or and did he get this medals because he was Latino, or was it actually something? But just because he led Puerto Ricans, a Puerto Rican regiment, into battle in Korea, and I guess he ordered them around. He was in charge, and therefore General Hood, a white man, has been white erased. The U.S. Defense Secretary, a non-white, anti-white man, Lloyd Austin, ordered the renaming. Cavazos is a Mexican-American. All right, great. White erasure, ladies and gentlemen. Borinquesos, Quiñesos, whatever. That's how they're going to have us all talking. White erase it all. Kanye West tweet about going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people removed by Twitter. Let's find out why. The rapper and now regrettably fantasy, I guess used in the fantasies of many white sympathetic people during their moments of self-pleasure, Kanye West, because they're all pathetic, returned to the social media platform Twitter after Instagram restricted his account following an anti-Semitic post, which of course what he said on that post was some other rapper came to him and said, hey, knock it off with all of this not being anti-white enough. And then he said, go back and tell the Jewish people that told you to tell me that I'm not going to put up with it or whatever. Kanye West returned to Twitter might be short-lived after the company removed an alarming tweet from the rapper's account for violating its policies. He wasn't anti-white enough. Hours after Meta deleted anti-Semitic content from West's Instagram page and placed a restriction on his account, Twitter took down a post from the musician and fashion designer that said he was, quote, going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. He appeared to be referring to the U.S. Armed Forces Defense Readiness Condition, DEFCON 3. I'm a bit sleepy, he wrote, tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, close quote. West wrote on Saturday night, quote, the funny thing is I actually can't be anti-Semitic because what a defense. What a defense. He's such a genius. He's such a genius. You know what his next defense is going to be? Fuentes style. Just kidding. Just kidding. I really love everybody. The funny thing, he writes, is I can't actually be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, I guess he meant Jews. Also, and then a capital, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone whoever opposes your agenda. This is what he wrote. And then I have later in the gathering today the tweet from the ADL, which is important to look at. And we'll check that out a little later. Make sure you don't go anywhere because you'll hate yourself if you do. The tweet no longer appears on West's account with a notice from Twitter reading that the post, quote, violated the Twitter rules, close quote. However, other concerning tweets from West's weekend Twitter spree remain on his page. So I'm guessing that Kanye West hasn't learned the Michael Jackson lesson. I'm guessing he hasn't learned the Michael Jackson lesson, as we are a minute and a half out from the bottom of the hour. And make sure that when you get an opportunity, you head on over to that. We drop the link in there. You head on over to this rally on YouTube and you jump into the live stream and you let them know that real work is being done for white well-being here, that we are recapturing the destiny of our people and therefore the destiny of these once great United States. He didn't learn the Michael Jackson lesson. Now, I don't know about you all. I don't follow this guy. I'm not like Nikki, who idolizes and fantasizes about this guy all night long and buys his clothing and everything in a absolutely disgusting and pathetic attempt to gain his favor and to be able to be seen with him somewhere. I mean, how wretched could that be? What a great leader for Westernkind and the United States. I don't know. I said I don't follow him close enough. And I didn't follow Michael Jackson closely either. But I am inclined to think that Michael Jackson had more talent. And although I don't know if he had more money, he probably had more money. Although this guy has $2 billion of net worth. And that woman that he was married to with the enormous, like moon-sized ass, and I'm only talking about one of her cheeks, she also had $2 billion. So you think about this black couple with $4 billion. And I'm feeling like I really just need to suffer more as a white man so that non-whites can get ahead in this world, for God's sakes. I really think that I need to be discriminated against more and persecuted more so that non-whites can get ahead in this world. They just got it so bad. $4 billion between the two of them. Now, Michael Jackson, as you all might remember, was lauded and loved, and the regime, as long as he was anti-white, told the world how wonderful he was. And every now and again, there would be a little rumor that would surface, a little bit of news that would escape somehow here, somehow there, a little rumor here, that maybe some funny things were going on with children over with Michael Jackson. But then immediately the system would come in and they would say, no, that's not happening. Michael Jackson would never do anything like that. Absolutely not. So even though he had haters, even though he had enemies, even though he had built up, I guess, quite a string of people that were victimized by him and wanted revenge, nobody came forward, or at least nobody was ever heard until Michael Jackson decided to talk about some of these anti-whites who are very big in roles of agents, very big in roles of business, and they are present. They are omnipresent, you might say. And he decided to talk about them, and he decided to say that they were taking money away from black artists, that they were getting in the way of what the black artists wanted to do. And Michael Jackson was as powerful as you could be in rock and music and wealth, etc., castles galore and everything else. And then all of a sudden, he was a child molester. And then all of a sudden, the news broke. And then all of a sudden, everybody knew that he was diddling kids everywhere. This is what was said. I wasn't there. Thank the good Lord. I wouldn't want to witness that. I would have killed him. But nonetheless, This is what suddenly became Michael Jackson. And then all of those haters, all of those enemies, all of those people that had been run over roughshod by Jackson and the Jackson family, they came forward. And the family members were allowed to come forward. And their stories were allowed to surface. And their angst and their anger and their resentment all came forward. And he was slimed and sullied. And then he spent the few years that he had left alive. And interesting that he suddenly was addicted to, what is this, sodium propofol, and they were pumping it into his veins day in and day out, and he was dead. He was dead all of a sudden. Isn't that interesting? The anti-whites, they just came through, and Jackson was dead. I'm guessing that Kanye West has not learned the same lesson, that when you play with the devil, the anti-white superstructure, when you play with that power, when they allow you to be wealthy, when you are part of the anti-white cult, once you get into the anti-white cult, it's like any other cult out there. You cannot leave. The anti-whites burn each other at the stake for not being anti-white enough. And so Kanye West is deciding that he's going to give a middle finger to this system because why? Because in this interview that he did, which, by the way, he's now fervently talking about the revolution, this color revolution in Iran. I believe it's a color revolution. Maybe I'm wrong. Where the women are standing up and putting down the civilization. Isn't that something? You know, if the civilization in Iran, what they weren't dealing with something more behind the scenes. Well, they would just machine gun a few of them, and then no more would come out into the streets. But for some reason, it's magic, folks. It's kind of like a color revolution again, all over again. Things are happening behind the scenes. Kanye West is for that. He wants the regime in Iran overthrown. He decided, because as he shared with Tucker Carlson, things like Nike, things like Gap are in place in order to hold the black community down. I told you all, and I've had people showing up saying, as we are 4.5 minutes past the bottom of the hour in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, please, if you have any questions, you can put them in the live chats with my name, No White Guilt, or you can head on over to Entropy and put them in the question widget, which is also known as the Tall Kevin widget. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to be talking about a lot of very interesting things. Like in the next segment, we are going to have on the one and only Yizz The Unifier. And we're going to be talking after that about the war with Russia. And is it good for us? Is it good for white sympathetic people when war is waged against the US and the UK and whatever have you by a proxy, in this instance, Ukraine, and the US and the UK and the rest of this anti-white cabal loses? Is that somehow better for us? I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint, and you're going to want to know why. And the hint is, no, it's not good for us. We'll talk about it, though. Don't go anywhere. But right now, back to Kanye. He believes that Nike and Gap and these companies are not trying to get bigger, that they're not trying to own more, that they're not trying to be even more prosperous, because they are in place specifically to hold the black race down. His focus, and more power to him, his focus is to protect the black race, to empower the black race, to ennoble the black race. His entire focus is on that. More power to him. Why in the world is there anybody in the white sympathetic sphere celebrating him using a slogan which has nothing to do with concern for the white race, but in fact harms us by bringing up the conversation of black lives and whether or not there is a systemic effort in Western civilization to harm black people, to murder black people, to kill them in the womb, to do all of these sorts of things. He talked several times about blacks being killed in the womb and being targeted by the regime, which of course they're not. Of course they're not. Let me finish this. I'll finish this. About them being targeted. He said nothing about the white race. Nothing. He doesn't give a shit about you. So if you are one of those white people out there in the white sympathetic sphere that think it's a good thing, it's ultimately a good thing that this guy brought up a topic that is going to instigate a conversation about the persecution of blacks, then you need to stop thinking and let me do it for you. You need to stop thinking and go free, and then you can think again on your own, because you're obviously getting it wrong. You're getting it wrong in a big way. Now, back to this briefly, this aside of Kanye West saying that the regime is targeting the black race in the room. Bullshit. Abortion is meant for the white race. All of their advertisements, all of the money, all of the energy is targeted at the white race. All of the ads show white people with fur babies. All of the white people, and if you use that fur baby, if you use that, I'm going to take my belt off. All of the white people show childless. All of the covers about is it better to live a life without kids? White couple. Whenever they show families, non-white couples. Whenever they talk about the joy of having babies in your life and growing old with a family, non-white people. No, the fact that blacks in particular are availing themselves of this service means that they are collateral damage to what is targeting the white race. But you say, Jason, well, yes, it's everywhere. It's in the news, it's in the advertisements, it's in television, it's in movies that they show the white people with no kids, and they talk about that being better. They'll even have they'll show the white woman that decided to have children, and it'll be like this dreary gray lens, and she's standing like brain dead with the kids on the swing, and they're all crying. And then the white woman, the disgusting, like 40, 50-year-old woman with sagging skin by the pool, no kids for her, but she's got to wear that really big bathing suit, and she's loving life as the pool boy walks by, as though he's going to touch any of that nasty shit. Right? That's what they do. But yes, Jason, yes, but it's still more blacks are availing themselves. Well, listen up. You might be one of those that need to stop thinking for yourself, because they put in abortion in all white countries where there were no non-white people. Virtually, you can absolutely use hyperbole there, because there were virtually no white people whatsoever. Non-white people, none. And abortion went in. Who are they targeting? When all of this was rolled out at the same time, there were some Western countries where it took a little bit longer. It took all the way up to maybe like 83 or something like that. But they were still almost 100% white countries when they instituted abortion. White women, you got to kill those white babies. So what happens when a white sympathetic dickhead endorses this guy, this Kanye West, and his conversation about abortion targeting black babies? Well, it becomes a conversation about the welfare of black babies, which just absolutely feeds in to the conservative idea, to the conservative content creator cuck idea, that what matters is not the white babies getting killed. Well, you don't even say that. All that matters is that are non-white people getting harmed. And if that's the case, then we'll just talk about that to the end of time. You will never take back your destiny. You will never do a good thing for our people, for Western civilization, for the United States, all the countries of the West, if you continue to try to do something for us, something for those countries, by way of the proxy of non-white well-being. It does not work. It has never worked. It will never work. And if this is too tough for you, if this is too edgy for you, then you are in the wrong place. Grab your pacifier and head back to that room where you can get your binky and your security blanket. This is what's happening with this guy who's giving a middle finger to the system by wearing White Lives Matter. You should be affronted by him wearing a shirt that says White Lives Matter. You should be affronted by Candace Owens wearing a shirt that says White Lives Matter when they don't give a shit. They say these things because they think that's going to get under the skin of this system, the anti-white system that I'm a part of. And I can see white people being victimized, but I'm not going to actually say or do anything to make a difference for white people. If Candace Owens or Mommy Malkin or any of these folks wanted to actually do something for white people, they would be researching what white people are saying. They would be going to content creators that are unashamedly, like myself, standing up for the white race. And they would be platforming them. They would be talking to them. They would be interviewing them. They would say, for God's sake, look at what is happening to Westernkind. Look at what's happening. And here's somebody from the streets. Here's somebody that's real. Here's somebody that's a man who's standing up, John Wayne style, Audie Murphy style, Sergeant York style, Desmond Doss style for Westernkind and Western civilization. Just like the system would go out and collect rappers from the streets because it was more real, it was more gritty. It wasn't some Fruit Loop in his parents' basement wearing a jacket to imitate some black rapper, being nothing but a absolute joke cheerleader cheering on the mascots. No, it would be going to those who are raw and real and gritty and in the weeds and who are standing up unashamedly in an age where to do so is to have the full weight of that whole system come down on you. So what's going to happen to Kanye West? He's not coming to somebody like me. He's not researching. Billionaire. He could have teams and teams find me the real deal, the raw, real deal from the streets, standing up for Westernkind. Who's been out there with a bloodied nose? Who's been out there with their oratory and fighting against anti-whitism for their people all this time? Because I want to highlight them the same way the system's highlighted Compton. We all got to know what Compton's all about. Every white woman in the U.S. knows about Compton because that's where it's real. That's where it happens. Go off, every one of you. No, he's not using his billions for that. Candace Owens not using her money for that. Mommy Malkin not using her money for that. Do they care about white people? Or is Jason Kuna right? Are they just saying these things because it serves their interests in digging up at the anti-white establishment, of which they're a part, just deviating a little bit, running parallel to get some attention for themselves? You know the answer. What's going to happen now with this Kanye West? Well, this is what's going to happen. We're going to get onto our story of the day, and that is this. In a very cold and analytical way, anti-whites are going to examine his business holdings. They're going to examine his net worth. They're going to examine where his income streams are coming from. They are then going to move all at once, simultaneously, against these income streams, against his holdings. There will be lawsuits. It will happen everywhere for him. He will be slandered in the regime's media, and his voice will be shut down, and he will have no way to speak. I think, if not already, concerts will be canceled that he has on the books, things that were supposed to happen for him. Record deals that were supposed to happen will disappear. Anti-whites will coldly analyze those who are doing business with him. Music business, fashion business. And isn't that the thing that anybody can get into? I mean, it doesn't matter what you do for a living. If you get successful, you can hire a bunch of people who are fashionistas to design clothing for you. And then you can give an idea or two or whatever. And then that's it. Now you're a big designer and you can make millions and millions of dollars. They will analyze these people. And then they will let them know, if you do business with him, we will ruin you too. And then they will go. You know, it's kind of like this individual that everybody thinks is a leader for the white race, because they're idiots, everybody that thinks that. And he's talking about this guy, Andrew Tate, who has he has FU money. He says he has FU money. So why would he not want to deal with someone? Why would he not want to deal with this individual? Why would he censor this individual? Why would he ignore this individual when he's got his own system? He's got his own platform. He's doing his own shows. He doesn't need the rest of these different social media platforms. Why? He has all of this wealth. He's got FU money. Why? It just doesn't make any sense. It does, but you're too dumb to figure it out. I'm not. But the people are too dumb to realize that you're not a good leader, that you're just a messed up twit. Andrew Tate might have enough FU money, but the people who work for him don't. The people who have to do the editing, the people who have to supply the cameras, the people who have, etc., all of those connections, they all don't have FU money. They all don't have a way to just walk away from this. It's support structures they burn down, dumb. That's what's going to happen to Kanye West now. And in the future, will any of you be surprised if he turns around and decides to say, well, I didn't mean all of this group of people. I only meant that there's a few out there who are problematic. Don't get on this bandwagon and end up looking like a fool in the end. PayPal pulls back. Now, this is in one day. I want you all to remember to talk about and to remind you all of my powers of divination, of prognostication. So many of you all, you think that, well, if Jason concludes that X is going to happen in the future, well, that's just an opinion. And I have an opinion as well. And so I'll just say the opposite of Jason. And those things are then tantamount. No, they're not tantamount. I have said since junior high school, and I have shared this with you all, talking about businesses, talking about the government, especially as they brought in more and more voters about voting the house out from under you, and the car out from your driver, and the house out from underneath of your ass. I've been talking about this for decades, that this would happen, and it's happening. You're welcome. In one day, in the span of one day, PayPal decided to reverse, and I think PayPal is what, like the 5th or 6th largest company. I think the Kanye West was talking about that in that interview, where he's also talking about, it's all about Christ, it's all about Jesus Christ. We're all just the exact same thing, and this system just makes us think that we're different because of our skin tones. Except I'm going to fight for the black race. Except that I'm going to fight for the empowerment of black people, except because we don't got enough going on with billions of dollars in my pocket and so many other blacks' pockets, etc. The white race, that guy down there that I should have been researching and platforming if I actually cared about white people, that guy down there, yeah, without a pot to piss in, he needs to suffer more so more black people can have a leg up in the world. Yeah, support that guy if you care about the white race. In the span of one day, PayPal says, yesterday, if you share in your life, any misinformation or discriminatory positions. So effectively, what this means is, if you are not anti-white enough, this is what it means for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. If you are not anti-white enough, this is just yesterday. If you are not anti-white enough, the 5th biggest company in the world, or whatever it is, controlling more and more banking, or the umbrella, the group that controls PayPal now, influencing more and more banking, what is that bidding site? I guess they bought them, didn't they? Saying to you, if you are not anti-white enough, which means misinformation, you can have all the misinformation you want that serves anti-white objectives, but you tell any truth that undermines anti-white objectives. For example, if you decide to say that the Russian dossier was bullshit and there's all this evidence of it, that it's bullshit. If you decide to say that, well, that's disinformation. You're kicked off all the platforms, and PayPal, as of yesterday, was going to fine you $2,500 for it. Oh, don't think that you're going to get your social media account back under that name when it was censored. Don't think you'd get that $2,500 back. Don't think that's going to happen for a moment. But we've all talked here about the number of people that are victimized. Remember, at the height of COVID, when there was all of this pressure, when there was all of this heat in the kitchen, saying that, no, Jason, it's going to end up every single human being is going to be forced to take a shot that's going to have robots inside of it. And then towers that are going to be put up in your neighborhoods are going to be telling you what to do. And that's how you'll function from now on. There's no way out of this, Jason. You need to buy cans of beans, and you need to have a generator that can run for at least 2 months after the apocalypse hits, because 2 months of generator usage is somehow good enough. Right? And I said, no, it victimizes too many people. Because it victimizes too many people, even though the regime wants it to happen, and even though many people are going to end up being victimized by it, it will not go that distance. It won't come anywhere close to that distance. And I was right. Too many people were victimized. Same thing happens here with PayPal. Too many people victimized, and in the span of one day, they turn around on this. But guess what? They're not going anywhere. PayPal pulls back, says it won't fine customers anymore $2,500 for misinformation after a backlash. PayPal has backtracked on a published policy that would have fined users $2,500 for spreading misinformation, claiming the update had gone out in error. Now, who is this? Who are these lying SOBs here? National Review. They are intentionally not including the fact that this includes anything to do with race as well. So if you were to say anything that's not anti-white enough, do not say for the rest of your life, do not say that, well, you can't talk bad about blacks again, because you are like this absolute functionally comatose imbecile if you are. You need to talk about this as it is not being anti-white enough. And if you don't understand why, don't worry about it. It works. You go with what works. Stop going with what doesn't work. And that is what National Review is ignoring, is that any negative, in my interpretation of what PayPal produced, and now they're backtracking on for now, is that anything that's not anti-white enough, comments about about non-white races, and comments about these groups that claim to be victims, but really it's a big boon for them in their lives to be a part of these groups. Those comments are the kind of comments that would get you fined $2,500 if you're using this platform. And they're buying up everything. Quote, an AUP notice recently went out in error that included incorrect information. PayPal is not fining people for misinformation. And this language was never intended to be inserted in our policy. So in other words, somebody who was one of these hirees on the basis of their so-called victim status or their race up in a big way and released that when it wasn't supposed to be shared quite yet. Or at least this is what they're claiming. It could be that they put it out there, and then, as I'm saying, too many victims, and people said, whoa. PayPal is not fining people for misinformation, and this language was never intended to be inserted in our policy. Our teams are working to correct our policy pages, working to correct them. We're sorry for the confusion this has caused, a spokesperson told National Review in a written statement. The course reversal comes after the policy changes had started to attract media scrutiny as well as criticism on Twitter. Former PayPal president David Marcus even blasted the company over the implications that it could seize customers' money for finding their views objectionable. Listen, folks, this is what you would agree to. You know, you get this, do you agree? And it's like pages and pages and pages of fine wording. You would agree to this. So if you agree to them fining you, and they're going to say that they're damaged in a court of law, their claim would be, with all of the attorneys that you could fathom, descending with leathern wings from hell itself, every single attorney, they would say, well, our brand, our image is harmed by you being a customer. You're buying things with PayPal, our product, our service, and then you're out on the internet not being anti-white enough. So it looks like we agree with your position. And so before we do business with you, we're going to say, do you agree to allowing us to protect our brand against your behavior? And then you say, oh yeah, I check that. I just want to have, I just want to have, it's too much to read. And a bunch of fanged, leather-winged lawyers, anti-white lawyers, wrote this up a mile long, and with a bunch of baffle-gabbing, have no idea what's said here. But yeah, I'll agree to that so I can just get on to using the service to buy things I want in the world. So you would agree to it. They would be able to do it. It's hard for me to openly criticize a company I used to love and gave so much to, but PayPal's new AUP goes against everything I believe in, the cryptocurrency entrepreneur said Sunday. A private company now gets to decide to take your money if you say something they disagree with. Insanity. And that was, I think that was, who was that? Teal said that? Tech titan Elon Musk replied, agreed, in a comment that got thousands of likes. A guy who's going to be very soon impoverished by this purchase. The policy update had appeared to authorize the company to pull a significant sum of money from the accounts of users who spread misinformation, among other newly listed offenses. Oh, finally, National Review. Okay, now you're actually going to talk about the racial side of this. Let's see. Among other newly listed offenses. The new conditions were scheduled to be added to the restricted activity section of the PayPal user agreement, effective November 3rd, the Daily Wire first reported. Changes include prohibitions on the sending, posting, or publication of any message, content, or material that promote misinformation, while the prior policy already forbade hate, intolerance, and discrimination. The new one would have explicitly applied to specific protected groups and individuals or groups based on protected characteristics. So in other words, do not talk about the way that your victimizer words it. Do not, I mean, if you were a 7-year-old being kept in a closet and molested by an adult woman who would come in and just molest you and had abducted you, and she called it a love session, would you call it a love session? Absolutely not. Unless you were an idiot being led around by the nose by conservative content creators and these Republican idiots, placeholder Republicans. Well, I'm not, I'm against love sessions. I'm against these love sessions. You idiots. Identities under this umbrella include race, religion, gender, or gender identity, and sexual orientation. Of course, that's going to mean that you speak out against pedophilia, 2,500 gone. You speak out against these macabre experiments with drugs and chemicals and cold medical implements. Speak out against that, 2,500 gone. Over at the folks at PayPal. Well, what do we do, Jason? I just don't know what to do. How long have you been here? How long have you known about the Go Free method? How long? It's the Go Free method. That works everywhere, every time. That is the only way we're going to change the world. I've explained many times about how it gets to our people and everyone else in the places where they are today. Maybe they sit on a throne inside of a palace. Maybe they sit on a throne in their own bathroom. Wherever they are, it can reach them and it can change their minds. And it makes you the moral actor in the conversation. The firm's current rulebook doesn't list these terms. It's unclear whether PayPal will also pull back these specific prohibitions on discriminatory language, or if it is only scrubbing the misinformation clause. So we now see maybe PayPal will keep the $2,500 fine in place when it comes to discriminatory language. Maybe. I think you better start using the Go Free method now. Time's running out. You know what's going to happen? You know what's going to be real pathetic? You know what's going to be really pathetic? Is all of these folks in the white sympathetic sphere that were endorsing Kanye West or that have been endorsing these old vehicles and old strategies and old antiquated ideologies that have just done nothing but fail. And the naming, you got to name. We named the anti-whites. You got to name the jaywalkers. He named the everyone in power already knows the power of this group and that group. You've got no one else to tell. It hasn't worked yet. It doesn't work. If for no other reason, it's not about knowing who holds power. It's that you don't have a race for which you can form an opinion that can influence the race's opinion. You belong to a collection, if you're white, of individuals, radical individualists, who, upon hearing what group is the most powerful in the world, get to their CVs together. So stop being so stupid. They still might end up fining you. We need to use the Go Free method to get you to a place where we can defend ourselves, where we can defend our people, where we can recapture our destiny out of love, out of love. I mean, so many of you, I'm talking to those out there who are recalcitrant. I'm talking to those out there who are refractory. I'm talking about those out there who drag their feet as though their legs don't work, who continue to see the Go Free method, who want to ignore, who want to censor, who want to blackball, to use some of the verbiage of our favorite rapper in the white sympathetic sphere, Kanye West. They continue to say no. They continue to give opinions at odds. Haven't you seen yet? Haven't you seen enough yet? Haven't you seen that your opinions aren't worth shit up to this point? You got your opinions from folks out there who were wrong. And you need to drop this. And for everybody out there, I know some people, they hear me getting fired up about folks they hear me getting fired up about people who continue down these other veins, continue down these other avenues, continue towards stupid approaches, and they get upset. They say, well, he's yelling. Jason's yelling. Jason's passionate about this. I'm finding it hard to not take this personally. Let me tell you what. If I were in a meeting, if I were at a rally, and the guy at the front of the room was screaming his head off about the evils of pedophilia, I would not take any of that personal. I would be agreeing with everything he said. Every time he said something negative about pedophilia, I would say, damn right. If you are hearing me get upset about the errors in the white sympathetic sphere and you're taking it personally, it's because it belongs to you. You have changes to make, and you need to get on top of those real quick. Before we take the break, I want you all to take a look at this rally of MAGA is going on. And it has looked like a typical MAGA or typical Republican rally if you've ever seen one, and you've seen many. It has been the whole leadership of the white race, which is what whites who are not radically anti-white are going to vote conservative. They're going to vote Republican, because on the Democrat side, it is as radically anti-white as it possibly can be. And what do the conservative content creators and Republican placeholders, sitters, what do they give us? What do they give us? Do they give us proud white men? Do they use their money to go look in the hinterland for what's real and what's raw? For white men who are standing up against what's happening to Western civilization? Do they go out there and say to the population, look, what's healthy is for us to get a handle on our own victimization and be concerned about what's happening to the white race, be concerned about what's happening to the projection of the white race onto our environment that created these once great United States? Do they do that? Do they come looking for people like me? Do those billionaires go out recruiting for folks like us? No. They go out looking for non-whites, for Latinos, and for blacks, and for Arabs, and for Asians who will advocate for you. For homosexuals. If they're going to have a white person, it's got to be a homosexual who will be your advocate. Well, I am sick and tired of that. They are not my advocates. They are not in any substantial way going to stand up for Westernkind and Western civilization. If this is supposed to be MAGA country, it smells a lot like the fecal matter coming out of the regular Republican Party to me. So, head on over during the break. Head on over briefly while we are chatting. Put together a pithy comment to drop in that live stream to say, hey, something real is happening over here. This is somebody who really cares. Get over your fear of masculinity. Get over your angst of a proud masculine white man who's not going to put Israel first and talk about the harm coming to black families first. Get over that fear and come do something that matters, because we are running out of time in a real big hurry.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Anti-white activists have ramped up their propaganda campaign against individuals who are critical of the ongoing white erasure in the United States. The anti-white activists offer the pretext that to curb endless immigration is equivalent to quote-unquote white supremacy, in an effort to demonize anyone that stands against them. Groups such as the Center for Immigration Studies, Numbers USA, the Federation for American Immigration Reform, and the Immigration Reform Law Institute are actively contributing to smear campaigns targeting average citizens. Multiple opinion polls, even from anti-white polling institutions, show that the general public is increasingly opposed to the federal government's efforts to continue its program of white erasure. Not only are members of Westernkind opposed to the endless migration that is irrevocably erasing their civilizations and way of life, but curbing immigration has received multiracial support in recent months from non-whites who cite economic reasons. Principally, that the ongoing influx of cheap labor harms United States citizens and reduces their quality of life. Support for curtailing white erasure has increased among Republicans from 32% up to 55%. Swing voters as well showed a noticeable increase in rejecting endless immigration policies from 20% up to 35%, citing that these policies made the country worse off. There was even an increase among Democrats from 11% up to 16%. Anti-white activists have recently been complaining that their position of unfettered white erasure is losing political battles in the court of public opinion. As such, they have revamped their campaigns to smear and denigrate those who oppose endless immigration, accusing them of quote-unquote hating migrants, calling them anti-white slurs like quote-unquote racist, and even claiming they have quote racist eugenicist beliefs. They go further on to claim white erasure as a quote-unquote conspiracy theory in a bold-faced effort to deny the continued shrinking of Westernkind's populations in their own nations. They have openly demanded that social media and legacy media companies must further censor and suppress information that is heretical to their preferred anti-white narrative.
Dawn of time. Watch the birds of lesser gods, fragile and sublime. Stood by as they took his claim, marvel he had made. Those that left in their apathy, languid and dismay. Yet they called them into to the night, galaxies in motion, moons into flight. The gods here love to fill the world with their own designs. And we're about correcting the forms they left malign. But they had here their masses own. Instituted rule and said it. cosmic clay, so brighter than the highest god, yet humble his ways. Prometheus, the precious strife alone on the throne, he freely shared the glory that is due to him alone.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. That was the badass, the kick-ass, so hard, Promethean Hails, Imminent Rain, and I think he might be with us. Give your plaudits, your laudations to Luke Mason, Imminent Rain, making the 9-song album, almost done with it, for my book, Prometheus Rising. And make sure you get your copy. The audiobook is underway. Things are getting really exciting there because that's a spirituality, and that can take us places. Let's take another quick look up on the screen here, and we're going to bring forward our sister and champion, Yizz, the eunuch and unifier, in just a moment. But I'm going to ask you all to reach out to your circles of influence. Let them know that we're live right now. Let them know that we're about to do something wild. Who knows what that is? But whatever we're going to do, it's going to be wild at some point in the gathering. And let them know that that's happening. You can also head right on over to this rally and let our good brothers and sisters, the folks out there, the folks watching, rank and file patriots, rank and file MAGA, are superstars, are heroes. They need the right message to come on over. One of those folks who has the right message and who has been able to go from here to the moon and back again is our sister Yizz, the eunuch and unifier. She just appeared this past week on a debate with academic agent. I think I'm told by Ladybug that there were 1,100 plus watching live. And I've listened to most of this now, this show in replay. And Yizz was kicking serious anti-white ass the entire time. And we have her for you. Let's get out the big raucous emojis, 07s for this champ, Yizz the Unifier. There she is. How are you doing, sister?
I'm doing just fine. How about you? Can you hear me okay?
Beautifully. Wonderful
Okay.
to have you here. What a magnificent time you had over there. What a epic victory. Bringing the Go Free method to everybody there. I hand you the mic. The floor is yours.
Well, to let you guys know, academic agent is cantankerous and contrarian on purpose because he fancies himself the Vince McMahon of the dissident right. So he likes to stir the pot, get people angry and worked up, because not only does it get him clicks and views, it does make him money, but he does this for entertainment, not for a financial grift, because he makes pretty good money on his own doing all the other stuff he does. What he enjoys doing is sort of like Daria. Remember that character from the 90s, that cartoon character, that negative Nancy that likes to pick at stuff and be a contrarian all the time? Well, he talks a lot about the futility of certain, let's just call it political activism and political approaches that people take. He's very much into elite theory because he's of course, an upper class academic type. And so when it comes to the whole fake and gay war over in Ukraine right now, and then the rather dubious pipeline sabotage that we have seen, there has been a lot of conflicting sentiments among people who live in Europe and the UK and people who live in North America in these spheres that intersect. Now, The gentleman who was on the Team America side with me in the debate is someone I don't know well, and he's also very young. He's in his young 20s. He has opinions that I don't share, but we both love America, and we both love the South, and we're both Southerners. He's a Virginian. My family's from Virginia and East Tennessee, so we're pretty similar in that regard. Well, Academic Agent and he invited me. Academic Agent chose me because he knows I'm a fun speaker. I don't take things too personally. I'm fun to come on and talk about different sides of things without, getting angry and flipping tables and, all the chest puff and stuff. Well, I was selected, I think, because he knows that I'm a good time and that I would speak truth that would support his side of things, which is that the United States government doesn't represent the United States people, and it's part of this evil empire, right? And he knew that I would back up a lot of his opinions on that, which, let's be fair, we call it the anti-white narrative, and the U.S. government is a main contender in that force. We all agree that they've taken that over pretty much entirely in the recent years, especially. So I said, well, what can I do? If this is going to be a long 3 or 4 hour discussion stream, all the points that I'm going to have prepared to talk about, I'm going to prepare them in the lens of the Go Free method. And I'm going to talk about, instead of calling it this group or the Jaywalkers or this group or Marxism or all these other things I can call it, I'm just going to say we have anti-whites at every level of government and every institution. They purposefully, with great malefic intent, ages ago, set out to not just destroy us as countries, but disempower and eliminate us as a people, as a genetic group, as a competing genetic group on planet Earth. And so that was the lens through which I made all of my points, and I tried to at least use a little bit of the lexicon or the moral ideas of the Go Free method in all of the points that I went back and forth with people on. And I had a great time doing it. I even got to cut a little playful promo. I don't know if you caught that at the first. It was in like the first 5 minutes where I did a Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was really
fun.
good.
That was a
It
lot
hilarious.
of fun. So it was a good stream. My friend Paul and I don't agree on everything, but he's a young man, fresh out of the military. He's like a lot of people who were young, trying to find their way, trying to build an ideology they can believe in, that can fuel them. He reads a lot of dead authors. He reads a lot of living authors, and he believes in things and aspires to things that are a little different than what I believe in and aspire to. But, I'm almost twice his age. We're a lot different. We come from different camps, and I've had 20 years to make a lot of mistakes as adults. I've had 20 years to think about different ideologies. White sympathetic, white negative, white positive even, and think on the why, the big why around why someone should care about politics, why someone should care about building community, why someone should care about religion or church, why someone should care about the words that come out of their mouths when talking about certain issues, and most importantly, how a person should come off and sound to the people around them in their everyday life. And I think that Paul is just starting to get to all of that. So I hope in time that he will come completely around to wanting to espouse the Go Free method and use his platform and his voice and his intelligence the way that I would if I was young and got to do it all over again if I was 22. So that was a lot of fun. Hopefully I rubbed off on him pretty well. I've met him at meetups before. I don't know if he can come to my camping trip this year. He's going to try, and he might just be able to come down on Saturday. But he is in the cluster of friends that I've met in person and done activism with, or not activism per se, but we call it basket weaving, where you get together with other patriots and dissident people just to, have fellowship and know you're not alone in the world and make good connections for traveling around the country and stuff. So that's how I met him. We had a lot of fun times in the past talking about stuff. We have some similar interests in different political and historical avenues that I just think are interesting. So that's how Paul and I know each other. The other gentleman on the stream was named Furious Pertinax. He is of Italian descent, lives in Australia, and he is very much of the Bronze Age pervert BAP school of masculine men just need to destroy everything and reforge an empire. He's very much of that kind of a little bit off the deep end camp of people that I don't necessarily truck with because I think it's kind of silly and it's never going to happen. So he's a good guy, though, and like a lot of people in this sphere, they do speak a lot of truth about the errors that leadership has made in the last 100 years. They speak about the problems. And all four of us on that stream mostly agree on things. And remember, Academic Agent is the one who was the figurehead of the function I went to in February in Nashville, or just outside of Nashville. And he was the one that I was so celebrant over, where he called all of the pro-white or white positive or white sympathetic. He calls us all the white well-being crew. And he got that from me. He got that from us. So, he understands the sort of movement behind we have to empower whites and we have to do something different because all the shit that came before ain't really working. So he is at least cognizant of all that. So I think that he understood that was the angle that I would take in most of the points I would make. And I certainly did. So I'm glad to speak on any of it. Or is there any particular questions you had? Because we didn't really plan behind the scenes for this. I didn't really know exactly what you wanted to ask me or what you wanted me to talk about.
Well, I wanted to bring you on and celebrate you, obviously, for this magnificent success of yours, and to demonstrate yet again that, yes, Yizz brings a lot of intelligence, innate abilities to her ability to persuade. And yet, with the tool of the Go Free method, she's able to slice right through. And you really see this. And if you have not watched it, you have to watch this debate conversation that she has with Academic Agent and Paul and Furious. You have to watch it because as they speak, you're seeing a lot of the old ways, the tired, wizened, just superannuated ways of attempting to persuade. You get a lot of the academic peacock angle there. They've read so much, they've done so much, etc. And they want to bring all of that information to their audience. Very few of us are going to have the time to do all of that reading, or very few of us have already done it and done all of that research. And then very few of us will be able to bring all of that to bear. And more importantly, it doesn't work. You can be armed with all of that information. Yeah, you can be armed with all of that information. And when you go out and you're talking with people, you are not going to persuade people to come over to our side. What you will do, persuade them, when I say our side, that is being white positive, concerned for the victimization of Westernkind, and wanting to recapture the destiny of our people. What you will do with all of that information is you will make yourself look smart. And regrettably, to men, we talk about this from time to time. I think a little bit more often that women think emotions are thought and men think that education is thought. And neither of those things, emotion is not thought and education is not thought. People, though, make the error of thinking, well, if somebody can cite a bunch of books and cite a bunch of periods in history, know the names of battles and generals and politicians and thinkers, then therefore what's coming out of their mouth is intelligent. That just means that the person making those statements ends up looking smart. But what does that do for us? It's pedanticism. It's pedantic prattling. It's the kind of thing that I used to complain a lot about back in.
And it's the kind of thing that I used to think was the way that is what I should waste my time or spend my time learning.
Yes.
Thinking that would be a stepping stone to getting things done. And it's not. Like, I'm not saying that history and academic discourse about, in 1917, something serious happened in Russia, and it was because of this ethnic group that adopted the religion of a certain Middle Eastern tribe, and then blah, 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 blah. It's like all of that stuff, it's good that people know it. It's good that it's documented, but that stuff is not actionable. It only exists in a way to talk about in an academic or historic setting. And the point that I tried to make through the whole conversation was this America versus not American white people argument debate of let's hate America, let's go to war with America. The points that I was trying to make is who wins when we do that?
Right.
Who wins? The people controlling our government, the people controlling Israel's government, the people controlling the banks, the people controlling Fed and Hollywood are the same people that were in Brussels, that were in Germany, that were in London, that were in Italy and Paris for the last 400 years doing all this horrible shit to lead up to where we are now. So my point was, us hating each other is just repeating more of the same failures and being stuck in the anti-white narrative of hating your own kind, that trap, that mental Kafkaesque trap that we're stuck in, where there's It's the sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. And people always say, oh, well, you got to name him. You got to name the jaywalker. Well, okay, if that was going to work, and I even made this point in the stream. I even said, if naming them was going to work that way, then it would have worked when the fervor and the knowledge and the passion was at its height in the 50s and 60s, when you had famous white, oops, it says that my,
yeah, you're back to
my
Avatar.
camera dropped there. What happened? Let's try this again. I'm going to unplug it and replug it. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know what happened. I don't know. But anyway,
right.
I made the point that in the 50s and 60s, when you had wealthy white people that knew about the wars that just happened, that knew about the jaywalkers, knew about banking, knew about the entanglement of the elite with the money and the funding for the wars that came from the 1860s forward, you had all these wealthy people that knew this, and they wrote articles about it. They wrote books about it. They talked about it on radio. And then you had people that were mega LARPers like George Lincoln Rockwell. You had these guys saying all this crazy stuff about naming the jaywalker and all that. Well, guess what? It didn't go anywhere and it accomplished shit. So what do we do now? If that didn't work 60 years ago when knowledge and passion was at its highest for all of that, well, it's certainly not going to work now. And worse than that, if we keep going, if we step in those traps again, we're just going to keep hating each other while the people who hate us and want us exsanguinated in their battles, or they want us dumb, stupefied, and financially enslaved to their global usury network, we're just going to keep losing in the same way. So the point that I made over and over again is America versus European, the GAE, the Empire of Lies, whatever you want to call it, the war machine versus do we fight back? Do we go to war? Who's really going to launch nukes or any of this other shit? It's just an abstraction away from what we should all be using our time and energy on, which is going into our communities, building strong families and communities around the Go Free approach, naming the anti-whites, pointing out white erasure, and saying, what are you going to do about it? For me, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Senator, Mr. Alderman, Mr. Sheriff, what are you going to do about stopping this anti-white hatred? What are you going to do about stopping this anti-whitism in my school? And we force it into everyone's face with every word we speak around us. Because what else can we do? We can't make militias and fight this machine. No. We can't magically make our own banks and go to war with them financially. We can't do any of that. And at one point in the stream, when Academic Agent disagreed with me, I said, then let me ask you this. By what lever do you pull to get this started? What's the first step you take on doing this fight you're talking about? What button do you push to go to war with this machine? And he had no answer, and he dodged the question, and I forced it again, and he still didn't answer it because there's not one. All we have now in this predicament that we're in is our words and our passion. That's all we have right now. We have no leverage at all against this machine directly with force. We don't have it. Right. And the only time that I brought up force of arms was talking about why America is so valuable is we have millions of white people here who mostly live in rural areas with healthy land, and we have a whole bunch of firearms so we can defend it if people try to take it from us. And that's a very patriotic, defensive thing. That's not a negative, terroristic thing. That's a very healthy, positive emotion. And that's the only time I even brought up anything having to do with physical force was, at least in America, we have millions of white people who haven't given up yet, and we have good land, and we have a lot of guns to protect that land. So you shouldn't hate us. All the white people in the world that want to have a healthy future should be on the same side of stopping the anti-white hatred, love Americans, love the French, love the Finnish, love the Germans, love the Italians, love the people in Brussels, if there's any white people left there. And we should at least come together to stop the anti-whitism and the hatred, because if we just keep pumping the bellows of ethnic hatred inside our own race, then the ethnicities that aren't in our own race are going to pick the bones from our carcasses. And that's what the evil ones of the anti-white narrative, that's what they want anyway. They want us weak and destroyed and to pick the bones of our civilization and then build on our ashes. That's what they all want. And we're just playing right into that if we fight and hate each other. So that was the point I tried to make with whatever topic came up in the whole stream. I kept trying to bend it back to that, to hopefully get the point across, not just to him, but to anyone listening who was a big brain or a big money guy that actually might have the ear of some wealthy, influential people. Because a lot of people that listen to AA, they are of the upper class. They do have money and connections. Yeah. Some of the guys I met in Nashville are worth millions of dollars. They have $1 million businesses. So
Wow.
if people like that listen to him, maybe I can influence them. Maybe they'll pick up a copy of Go Free. Maybe they'll listen to this stream. Maybe they're listening right now. And so I wanted to have a good showing to display, even in a hostile academic big brain situation, the Go Free method works. It's not just on vagues. It's not just with bell curve normal people. It works if you apply it correctly in a high IQ, combative, high testosterone argument type of situation. If you stick to your guns and use the method correctly, it works. Because you notice all throughout that stream, nobody really had a gotcha moment on what I was saying.
No.
Nobody could really defeat the ideas or the morality of what I was saying, because I wasn't saying, well, you got to name these people and hate them because they have this ethnically evil trait and they're really these evil people from the Middle East. Like, I didn't go on with that bullshit, because what's that going to do? People aren't going to hear that and be like, oh, yeah, I want to get in on that petty hatred. Yeah, that's me. That's going to win the future, is petty hatred of another people.
Yeah.
No, regular people, and especially people of means and upstanding morality, they don't want to hear any of that. That's bullshit. So I just wanted to display that the Go Free method works, and you can use it intellectually and academically instead of just on a shallow level in your normal life with the lexicon. If you actually understand the Go Free method and you get the ideas and the morality of it, you can win arguments and make good points in even a higher IQ academic discussion. And I hopefully, and I felt good about the display that I did the whole stream. I think I did pretty good.
That one of the things, I mean, the first point I wanted to make about that whole stream and people watching this stream, and I hope we can drop it in the live chat over the course of.
Yeah, I already did a couple times. I'll drop it again here.
Okay, cool. Is that you can see firsthand the success of the Go Free method by way of our master Yizz here. She gets into this environment where she is pitted against, and she does have one ally using the same sort of a tactic and approach. This abstruse academic pedanticism, and you can see how easily the Go Free method blows that away. It is like, if we're a visual, it is like when these others begin speaking, they're putting up these great, impressive clouds of smoke. And then Yizz gets to talk, and she has one of those like Hollywood style fans. And it's like to make it look like it's a hurricane or something. And she's just like, woo, and it's gone. Just in a single breath, a single swipe, all of the pedanticism was absolutely blown away. And so that's the first thing I wanted to point out. Of course, first was celebrate you. Second thing is to point out how you so successfully use the Go Free method, demonstrating how powerful it is when confronted with other tactics. And specifically here, it's this pedanticism, academic pedanticism, and it destroys it. And these citations of history and all this sort of thing, absolutely obliterating it. But then also to point out that what these others were talking about is peddling without a chain, because even the guy on our side, what's the outcome of, and it has to say here, I will say though, that he wasn't necessarily set forth to argue for an approach or method to saving or reclaiming or recapturing. But nonetheless, from the other side, certainly you have a lot of education, a lot of demonstration of education, academic agent, probably a great guy, but doing something that I've seen many times before, which is to sectarianize, which is the absolute last thing we need, dividing our people up into all of these different ethnicities and groups, instead of recognizing the value of our ethnicities that is built upon a base that we have that runs through all of us, which is the biospirit of the West. The people who produce Western civilization, they are the same people. They might look a little different here, look a little different there. They might speak with a different language here or there, or a different accent. Nonetheless, we're the same.
Yep. And I even made that point. One of the metaphors I use to let them understand what I mean is one of the things I said that really impressed Furious Pertinax. Is I said, when I talk about us being the same, I don't mean that we should all have the same flag. I'm not part of the Richard Spencer crew or these new empire guys that are like, let's unify all the white people and build a new empire. I think that's crazy. You can't get 10 European people to get along, let alone 10 million of them. And it dropped my camera again.
Oh, we lost Yizz altogether. We'll wait till it says, oh no, she's back. But okay, I can bring her back. Yes. Okay.
I don't know what the problem is.
It might be you're running out of bandwidth.
No,
No? Okay, there we go.
It's the same error as last time. It says StreamYards cannot detect your camera. Same thing happened last time. Again,
Okay.
I blame the anti-white gremlins in the internet. Anyway, the point that I impressed upon Furious Pertinax, and he agreed it was a good point, is I'm not talking about unifying everybody. When I say that white people need to band together, it's only in defense and ending the anti-whitism. Naming the anti-white oligarchs, naming the anti-white system through which they do us harm, and resisting that locally within our own governments, within our own schools, within our own religions, within our own countries. I'm not talking about anything grandiose. I'm talking about something direct. And to illustrate that point, I said, this is what I mean, Furious. I don't want the Finnish to stop being Finnish. I don't want the French to stop being French. I don't want the German to stop being German. But here's the thing. If you take me, just regular Yizz from Appalachia, and you drop me in a country where I don't know the language, and you drop me into a rural village, right? You can drop me in rural Finland or Sweden. You can drop me in rural Germany or France. You can drop me in rural Scotland. And I will intuitively understand the roads, the way that the houses are laid out, the way people comport trade, the way people have religion, the way we have the expressions of morality, enforce laws and social norms. I will intuit that because we share the same biospirit. And I used that term a lot in the stream, remember? And I said, but that would not be the case if you drop me in rural India or rural China or rural Ethiopia. Like, it's a different biospirit. It's a different civilization. And so that was how I made the point of, we are all on the same side, or we need to be, but that doesn't mean that I am a proponent of we need to all, get together under the same nationalism or whatever. Like, I think that's silly. And that was one of the good points that I made that the other side both agreed with me on, was there is a clear and obvious, quote, us, which is white people. And we at least need to band together in defense of us and our countries, because we aren't attacked for being German. We're not hated for being Swiss. We're not despised and spit on for being Canadian. It's because we're white. It's our race, not our ethnic groups, not our religion, not the language we use. They hate us and silence us for being white. And a guy from Western Russia, or a guy from Sweden, or a guy from France that came to Appalachia or came to Virginia or New York City, and he looked like us and carried himself like us, he would be beaten with the same anti-white stick that I would be. And that was the point that I made and drove home towards the end of the stream. And I think that landed really well, and Furious really respected my metaphor there.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant, and well done. And folks, if you're interested, ultimately what is being debated here is that academic agent and his colleague ultimately taking the position that it's the United States, and we're kind of here. That's the problem. We're kind of hearing this increasingly again, and it's most unfortunate from our brothers and sisters who are in the white sympathetic sphere in Europe. It's a easy thing to do, and it to blame the United States, when of course it is not the United States. It is the anti-white cabal that runs the United States and the UK and Canada and the rest of the West. We have to blame the folks and ideology in one so that we can defend ourselves. And blaming them as anti-white enables us to see ourselves as personally victimized, because the group to which we are attached, the group that we cannot escape in a mutable characteristic, is the targeted group. You have to tie people who see themselves as radical individuals to a group so that they can't escape. Your well-being is only going to be achieved through our people's well-being. This is why you've never been able to say anywhere in the West for all of our lives, and parents and grandparents, etc. lives, say, well, this is a threat to our people. They don't care. They don't have a people. They're filling out their CV. They're filling out their resume for how to work for the powerful people, how to work for the rich people. You can say, and you can also say what Yizz was saying here when it comes down to, what's really being attacked. Is it German people? Well, you know damn well and good that if all Germans were non-white, they would be considered golden by the anti-white regime. That would be perfect. It wouldn't be German anything. It's the same way with Christianity. All of those out there who want to, and this is cowardice. And ultimately, people who make the argument that academic agent is making are making an argument, and although this might not be his personal motivation, but they're making the argument because they want a reason to do nothing. If you say what needs to be done is the world needs to be turned inside out, which is the equivalent of, well, the United States has to be defeated. That is to say that, well, until it's defeated, we can't do anything. And since we can't do anything, I'm going to sit comfortable over here and do nothing. That's ultimately what they're saying. And it comes in many different ways, in many different iterations. This argument to be able to do nothing. It can be educated. It can be stupid. It can just be, well, we need to be able to print the money. And therefore, until we can, I'm just going to sit here in my trailer and do nothing. It can be of any of these and everything in between. You have to call that out when you see it. Yizz does such a magnificent job. While you really have to see this. While you see these people very intelligently arguing to define something one way or another way and nitpicking over is it more this or more that? And ultimately, the conclusions of is it more this or more that is that we can sit around and do more nitpicking about is it more this or that. And then Yizz comes in like this, like the reverse of a thunderstorm. It's like a thunderstorm that brings life instantly and sunshine. And she comes right in and it's like, look, you view it like this. It's very A, B, C, and D, and we can get to the recapture of our destiny, and we can get to a world that we want to live in instead of this one world where everything is victimization for Westernkind, one thing after another. It was so powerful. Did you have any other thoughts you wanted to share about the conversation? Anything in particular? I thought Paul did a good job. I would really like to see him take up the Go Free method. He can use all of the kind of argumentation and education in an ancillary way to the vehicle and method that succeeds.
I'm pretty sure he already has a copy, and if not, I'll get him one. I think he's one of the ones that took one at the meeting this February. But he knows who you are. Like he knows the white well-being community. He's awesome. Definitely at least sympathetic to us. Like he would have no trouble at all talking to you and understanding things. But he also is a young man who comes from a young military background. He comes from great stock that have been in pretty much every war that the United States has ever fought. And he has a very Faustian spirit, high mind of a young man of who believes in the spirit of expansion and conquest. And I don't mean in an ugly way. I mean like in the adventurous way, right? And I think that as a young man with those aspirations and ideals and believing in things like empire and great cycle and that kind of stuff, I think that he's going to have to work some things out about what he can do with his life and time that are actionable or what will just be theoretical or philosophical. And I would hope that he will fall more on the side of action and pragmatism. But he might not, because some men are called to a more higher spiritual, philosophical method of talking. But Paul is young. I didn't know what the hell I was going to do when I was 22 or 23. I changed a whole lot every year for like the next 10 years. And so again, I do my best to support him. He loves America. He believes that the American system is not just garbage that needs to be destroyed like some of these other people do. And just to set the record straight here, I come from a very lower right quadrant libertarian background, right? I don't think that big bureaucracies are very functional. I don't like big oppressive government. I'm about as much of a true American as you can get in that regard. I'm very much a stars and bars kind of American. And so when it comes to things like big government, large war machine, global military police action, I personally don't think any good will come of that. Just even if there wasn't an anti-white narrative, I have my doubts about that system being a very good functional system in the long run. But move all that aside, because remember, that's just abstractionist talking points. That doesn't really matter. What matters is whatever system we live in, we have to make work for us. Because we can't go down to Big Lots or Walmart and pull the regime change lever and say, let's see what we get on the slot machine today with what regime controls us. And we're going to try that system of government for the next few weeks. It doesn't work like that.
Nope.
That's why I say I don't consider myself left-wing or right-wing anymore. I don't really consider myself a nationalist anymore. I don't really consider myself anything other than just I care about the well-being of my people.
Amen.
And whatever government we have, whether it be a liberal democracy, whether it be constitutional republic, whether it be whatever type of technocratic hell that we're going to go into, the only thing that we can really do is use our time and our voices to try to force the narrative and use mimetic warfare in this age that we live in to try to hack the system and make as many people in this system, whatever it is, wherever it's going, we have to try to make it work for us and our people, whatever
That's
that
right.
is. Because I don't think that any of the gum flapping about, well, if we wait for this or we're going to do this when X happens, that fucking ship never sails. It never comes to harbor. You're going to die with your dick in your hand, as they used to say in the military, waiting on that ship. And it's like, I get so tired of this academic back and forth about, oh, well, with regime change and when economic collapse and when the Fed does this or the war machine crumbles, it's like, okay, well, when that happens, jackals and predators they're going to pick your bones. You're going to be the first to die. Like, it's going to be my people in the mountains with our guns and our love of God and country. We're going to be the ones that survive, not y'all. And so that's why I say we all got to put that differences aside. I don't care if you're an academic upper class city folk. I don't care if you're a country bumpkin. I don't care if you're a redneck farmer. We are all part of the same civilization, and we got to put our differences aside because the Huns ain't just at the gate. They're inside our government. They're inside our churches. They're inside our schools. We got to deal with the Huns before we go back to squabbling with each other. And that was the point I tried to drive home the whole stream. And I think I did a pretty good job.
You did a great.
If you guys take away anything that I say today, take away that. You have to be bigger than your own pride when it comes to what system or what kind of governance or what religion you think would be ideal. You're never going to have that probably.
Yeah.
And you can't throw away possibilities of good for a hope for the perfect. Or you're going to be angry and upset your whole life. I had to learn that lesson in my 20s and 30s. And now that I'm older and I'm in my 40s now, I am concerned about what I've seen change in the last 20 years of my adulthood.
Yes.
Things have changed for the worse way faster than I thought they would as a young adult. Things have gone way out of control. You remember the slippery slope talk in the 90s?
Oh, yeah.
We were beyond where I thought I would see my whole life by 2010.
Yeah.
Like, things have gone way bad, way off the deep end. And so if you think that let's say that you believe in the United States Constitution and you're just a diehard constitutionalist. Well, that I used to be that way too. That's a hard pill to swallow, to realize that nobody in government, nobody in Hollywood, nobody on Wall Street, and nobody that works our country gives a wet fart about the Constitution. They don't care. They don't give a damn about it. So unless you have a way to influence all them people and influence all the people in your county and in your state and in your church and in your school to uphold the ideals of that Constitution, then it might as well not even exist.
Yeah.
So that's my point in all of this is, what can we do? What should we do? And it is just be for the well-being of your people, your civilization, and in everything that you do, whether you are maybe you're an artist, maybe you like to do podcasts like I do, maybe you like to talk about video games and pop culture and what's going on in the news, and you have a calling for entertainment. Well, pursue that, but do it through the lens of the Go Free method. Or maybe you're an educator, maybe you're a preacher, or maybe you're a young woman who wants to be a mother and raise 5 kids or 10 kids. Well, do that. Pursue the things that give you fulfillment and that add to civilization. And I'll end on this point is the only future that we are going to have is what we start building together now. And I talk about this in that stream that we're talking about. Everything that we have now is infected. It's a dead carcass, or it's dying. It's on its deathbed. The only thing we're going to have going into the future for our children, our grandchildren, et cetera, to have posterity, we have to build. We have to build our way up out of this pit. If we just squabble at each other and punch and sling mud, we're not building the infrastructure and the scaffolding to climb our way out of this anti-white hell that we're in. So we have to build culture. We have to build religious structures. We have to build better schools. We have to build better methods of trade. We have to build communities and families that create culture. And all the squabbling and mudslinging and arguing over abstractionist points don't do anything for that.
Nothing.
And so that's why, like I said, earlier this year, I changed my taglines on all my media to say, to recapture our destiny, we must build community. because we have to build or we have no future at all. And we have to build through a white positive constructive lens to end anti-whiteism and stop white erasure and turn the tables. And I'll go ahead and end with that because I know I've talked a lot tonight. But
sister, you're amazing. Salute to you. Everybody, Yizz The Unifier. We'll be right back in a sec. God bless you. Promethean Hails.
Stand
Wow, that was epic as all hell. I think Luke Mason, Imminent Reign, is still with us. Make sure you celebrate that champion. Celebrate the great Yizz The Unifier. Such a victory, such absolute, she's such a force of nature. She's demonstrating again and again and again, everywhere she goes, the success. Imagine these guys out there, and they're just males. Imagine these white males out there that are watching this woman dominate everywhere she goes. She gets invited to these conversations. She's able to hold an intelligent discourse with folks, and she's dominating everywhere she goes. How is she doing it? With the Go Free method. She sounds moral. She sounds loving. She sounds heroic, and she is. She charges right through everything that's thrown up, all the chaff and everything that's thrown up in her face. She charges right through for the moral victory every single time. Imagine these males out there who would love to be men, or at least feign that they are men, and they watch this. They watch her having these successes, and then they're like, nah, don't want to do it that way. Don't want to have all those successes. You know why? You know why they don't want to pick it up? Is because they're watching a woman do it, a woman of the West do it, and they're afraid they'll fall short. Well, guess what? You will fall short, at least at first, and maybe always. It depends on a lot of things, how hard you study, how much you try, what your innate abilities are. But you need to take a leaf out of her book, and you need to get active with the Go Free method. You can see firsthand how successful it is, the Go Free method. Tomorrow night on Discordant Dragons. She is one of the Dragon Lords on Monday nights. Mondays are awesome again. They began being awful for all of us when we had to start going to work. But Mondays are awesome again because it's like the first day of vacation. You head on over, and she's going to provide the link. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Her show, Discordant Dragons. She has a panel. It's a hilarious discussion. They show funny memes. They talk about the current subjects of the day. They talk about a lot of magnificent, a lot of wonderful things. And they dive into these topics. There's a number of different viewpoints. Yizz goes through there like some sort of just divine angel wielding like two swords and just taking them out the whole way as she goes through. It is a beautiful thing to see. Make sure you are there for Discordant Dragons. Our second Dragon Lord, his show begins at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, is For Null. And you will be able to head on over there for Dragon Synthwave, which is primarily magnificent rocking music, laid back music of various types. You'll have a heck of a good time. Visuals that can be arrestingly beautiful all the way to almost silly, but nonetheless entertaining the entire time. The conversation in the live chat is a hell of a lot of fun. And For Null will get on and speak over the mic. He'll inject his points. He is also a great champion employing the method of Go Free and having just unbelievable success with it, unparalleled success. And you can see the exact same thing that you see in Yizz from the great For Null as he goes into a subject that might come up, and he'll say, look, it's not this, it's not that. Here's the easy way to get to success. And it's very evident that that is indeed the case. Nobody can make arguments against it, and they haven't been able to for decades. So head on over there, and on occasion, For Null himself will appear live in flesh. Most of the time, he's just like this energy that floats through the ether. But sometimes he will appear live in flesh with guitar in hand, and he will play live music for you. You have to be there the entire time. It might be at the very beginning. It might be somewhere else. So you got to be there the entire time to catch it. Have these things on. Put them up on your phone, on your tablet, on your desktop, your laptop, whatever it is. Have them run. Do other work in the background. You can clean. You can do your work. You can do whatever it is, and you'll be able to enjoy it at the same time. And I promise you that you will become increasingly invested in Dragon Mondays and these two Dragon Lords. God bless the both of them. We're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day. But before we do, I'm going to take a look at the financial gifts. I know there are a couple, and then we will see what you all are saying. I do want to point out very quickly that this, the YouTube channels that are showing the Donald Trump rally are like passing it around. They show it for a little bit, probably has something to do with rights. And so right now it is available over on, let me see. Nope, it's not there. It's here. And I will drop a link if you want to go over there and share. It'd be magnificent to share what we're doing here with those champions. And let me see if I can find it here. I think this might be it. All right, so there it is. There it is. There's Trump is actually speaking right now. So you can head on over there. I just dropped the link. You can tell people in just a couple of words, because it'll probably be moving fast. Let them know, hey, we've got something real going on. Do you want a Trump future? Do you want a Trump America? Are you MAGA? Do you want to see more of that? Then you've got to head on over to No White Guilt. Have a look, sub, and then you can come back to it once your leader, Donald Trump, is done speaking. Please do that and see if folks will listen, will heed what you have to say. Come on over. We want to build the community. We're going to head on over to Entropy right now, where we have a Light of the Twin Lambs. God bless you, brother. $25 US. 25. Let's put an end to the anti-white cabals that run the West. Dollars. And he says with those wonderful dollars, your Cash App link is coming back with an error. I'm on desktop, though, and I normally use the link on my mobile phone. All right, I think we do have, I think Cash App has worked for others, so maybe it's just your desktop. So thank you, though, for attempting and then coming on over here. $25 financial gift, and thank you for letting me know. Light of the Twin Lambs. We have back again, Light of the Twin Lambs, another $10, bringing it up to 35. 07s, raucous emojis. He went beyond the $20 minimum for all of our celebration for this champ. $10 there. He says, in your opinion, what's the better solution? Limiting immigration or incentivizing white women to have more children to increase their fertility rate? Suppose you could only have one. Well, this is a hypothetical, brother. And I normally don't speak to hypotheticals like this because we don't have the power. It's kind of like Yizz was saying. There's no like lever at Costco that you can say, I'll flip this, I'll flip that. And we'll see we'll see what our new regime will be. Will this one work? And what ultimately happens is, and I understand you are going to be totally intellectually honest about the kind of answer I could give you and what level of seriousness you would give it. But there are others out there who absolutely won't. Some of them out of malice, some of them out of ignorance. And they'll say, well, he wants that rather than this. Can you believe? So what we need to do is we need to be spreading the Go Free method. I know you know that. And we need to be spreading the Go Free method. We need to be going free ourselves. So using it on ourselves to cleanse ourselves of the meme pathogens. And this holds true. I know that you are one of our champions who is non-white. And it holds true for you as well. You are infected with ideas about the white race, about Western civilization, about its history, about yourself and your people, and whether you had success or not. And then based on, vis-a-vis the white race, and did the white race harm? So you have to treat these in yourself as well. And that's the most important thing we can do. Because, to speak to your issue, we can't from this position, from this state, limit immigration. We can't halt it. We can't stop it. We can't whatever. We can't influence white women to have more babies and white babies. And even if we did, we need them inoculating white children against anti-whitism, or effectively a white womb is just producing anti-whites. 100%. 100% of the time, if white people, to various degrees, if white women are not producing white children that they then inoculate with the Go Free method, you can't inoculate with Christianity. You can't inoculate with European festivals. You can't inoculate with these new fictions about our religions, which are fine that people are writing. It's a wonderful thing that they're trying to, recreate these things. It won't inoculate our children against anti-whitism. How do I know this? Why should you know this? You should know it because Christianity didn't inoculate us against anti-whitism already. European civilization did not inoculate us against anti-whitism. Anti-whitism is psychological warfare. It's designed to overcome all of those things. We have the defense. We have the psychological defense in the Go Free method. So you can be pagan, or if that's whatever old European religion, you could be Christian, you could be atheist. You have to use the Go Free method in your life to inoculate, or a white womb is only producing anti-white soldiers. Imagine that. Imagine a white woman, devout, whatever, and she's spitting out child after child. They have 15, they have 16, they have 17. That's 17 anti-whites to various degrees that are loosed upon the world. We don't need that. We need white people where they are, going free and inoculating the number of children that they have against anti-whitism. Remember, the white race that was responsible for the Renaissance was a tiny sliver of the number of people we have on planet Earth today. So there are very magnificent, Herculean, earth-moving things, splendid things that the white race can do with even far fewer of the number of people we have today. We have to be proud of ourselves, and we have to be inoculated against the anti-whitism that burns us down. God bless you for those financial gifts and those questions. Starshine Girl, financially gifting $3 US. Thank you so much. She says, because BC, British Columbia, I guess, teen charged with hate crime, high school girls complained to their vice principal. BC teen charged with a hate crime. High school girls complained to their vice principal 7 times about a peeping Tom in the girls' washroom, to no avail. A friend told him to use the men's washroom. And then it says continue. So if there's more info, then you could put it in the question widget. So is it that the girls have been charged with a hate crime for complaining about the person? Maybe it's an imaginary female born a male in the girls' bathroom. Let us know more. Thank you so much for bringing our awareness to that, and also for the financial gift. I'm just seeing out of the corner of my eye that these crazy people in this, some of the crazy people in this rally, the Donald Trump rally. All right. So let's see. Yizz, financially gifting $10 US. Thank you so much, good sister. She says here, double my usual weekly folk tithe since I couldn't last week. Well, thank you for that, sister. I really appreciate it. She says, my white well-being donation this week is to celebrate my successful public demonstration of the Go Free method. I'm infinitely thankful to you, Jason, for giving me these winning tools. And I hope and pray I live to see a glorious Western sunrise, Kip. Keep it Promethean. God, sister, you are just epic. You are epic. I am so happy that we have you in our community. So happy to have you as a champion of Westernkind. I know when I look at people like you and other champs we have that we have brought to the Go Free method and empowered with these tools to do truly glorious things for our people. I know that we're going places. So God bless you and thank you so very much. And wow, let's get out the raucous emojis. 07s, V's for victory. Dude, bro, moment has come in with 50 use the Go Free method dollars. 50 use the Go Free method dollars. And he says with it, for white well-being. Amen, brother. What a champ. What an absolute stalwart, reliable, Herculean champ of Western civilization. God bless you. Thank you so much. Let me turn around to Cash App. We're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, or I might follow you home and beat the shit out of you. Drag you out of bed. You don't want that to happen. I'm going to be talking in a moment about war with Russia by way of the proxy of Ukraine, and this idea that is growing in the white sympathetic sphere that we need to throttle into permanent silence. We need to throttle until it turns purple and dies, and then we can bury it and plant some daisies on top and some shrubbery in the back. It would look beautiful. That's what we're going to do to this idea. Stick around for it, because you and people in the white sympathetic sphere are burning up their reputations, saying something very dumb to their friends and family and strangers about this war. We'll be getting to it in a moment. First, though, we're going to give a big thank you to Bryce for a $1 financial gift over here on Cash App. And he writes with that $1, IRL communities are the future, and gives a thumbs up with it. Thank you so much for that, Bryce. Remember, we here in Service to White Wellbeing, and to Bryce's point, we see IRL in the way that it's actually useful. A lot of people use this claim about IRL as like a cudgel, as a weapon against those like us who are spreading the Go Free method and promulgating it to millions and millions of our brothers and sisters by way of the internet. They'll say, well, it's got to be any IRL is actually doing something. Being online is not doing anything. But then, of course, they'll say, why didn't your father's group of the past succeed? Well, he didn't have the internet. Whatever, right? We were all IRL. Everything was IRL before the internet. Did we take back our civilization? Did we take back our destiny? So we've got to put this in the proper context. Yes, we have IRL. Yes, we have virtual reality by way of the internet. We use both together and we do great things. Thank you very much for that. And we have another dependable, wonderful human being financially gifting $10. And it is the lovely I Love Jesus Christ, and writing as well here for White Wellbeing. God bless you, sister. Thank you so much for that. We'll refresh and see in just a moment. Now we're going to get over to a drink. We're going to turn on some AC. It's getting warm in here. It's getting hot. Remember, when you get a chance, head on over very briefly. Tell something short in that live chat for the link I dropped there that, hey, no white guilt. Or, hey, you want real patriotism. Hey, you want MAGA outcomes. No white guilt on YouTube. YouTube.com/no white guilt. However, you have to write it so that they don't censor it out of the live chat. Drop it. We have more also over the course tonight. I think at least one more Imminent Rain song, and maybe two on those. No, I don't think either one of those has Groundhog Fury graphics, but we can, of course, celebrate Groundhog Fury every day of the week for being the champion that he is in service to white well-being and all that he's done for this community. Let's get into the Go Free lesson of the day. And that is, as I take a quick look over at Odyssey, a big hello to everybody over there at Odyssey and D Live. You can ask me questions there as well by tagging these No White Guilt. What is the claim that an increasing number of people are making in the white sympathetic sphere about the war with Russia? They do the same thing when it comes to economic matters, when it comes to China, and the same thing when it comes to conflict with Iran. They make this claim, and I think it's maybe born out of the video gaming age, that if the United States, if the anti-white oligarchs are waging war, and when it comes to Russia, it's just with other anti-white oligarchs. Remember, Putin is as anti-white as the anti-whites who run this country. And I can make plenty of arguments to demonstrate that. The idea here is that if the anti-white oligarchs are at physical war or economic war, trade war, whatever it is, and they lose in their contest with communist China, Russia, led by what everyone in the West has come to believe the vast majority is a totally insane man in the form of Vladimir Putin. And of course, what everyone believes in the West is an entire hierarchy of insanity in Iran. If the United States, if this anti-white cabal, the UK, etc., is defeated in any sort of contest, that a defeat means a loss of power for the United States, for the anti-white cabal. They very often will refer to it as like the Judeo anti-white United States or Zionist anti-white United States, these sorts of things. So that a defeat means that somehow the United States, the anti-white cabal, is weakened, although they can't articulate how. And this is where I say it really seems to come out of the video game playing age. It's like there is some sort of invisible power bar that is lowered by some defeat, economic defeat or militaristic defeat, is lowered, and then somehow, follow the logic here, pause that thought, that then when the United States is defeated, it makes the anti-whites within the United States, within Canada, within the UK, weaker vis-a-vis those who care about the white race, relative to those who care about the white race. So, back to what I said, pause there for a moment. So the power bar is lowered a little bit. Therefore, when the anti-whites go to censor or victimize us in some way, shape, or form, those who care about the white race, that they inflict fewer hit points. This is right out of the video game age. These people cannot articulate how the United States or Canada or whatever is weakened by a defeat economically, with economic defeat from communist China, militaristic defeat by crazy Russia, or international in some shape or form defeat by way of Iran. They can't articulate how that weakens. They just say, you just have to accept it. No, you don't accept it. And then the second thing they can't articulate is how that weakening that they can't prove somehow translates into a weakening of the anti-whites within our countries, and therefore they are less able to inflict injury on those who care about the white race and Westernkind, or Westernkind and Western civilization. This is nonsense. Their claim, the people who are making this sort of claim some intangible benefit. This is not the way that white people think. This is not the way that white people do science. This is not the way that white people went to the moon. This is not the way that white people created the Industrial Revolution. This is not the way that white people have defeated all things that sought to defeat us. There'll be some sort of intangible benefit that will accrue to us. There'll be some sort of intangible weakening on a geopolitical stage, which will translate somehow, God of the gaps, to an intangible weakening of anti-whites within our countries, which will somehow, in an intangible way, mean that they won't be able to victimize us as much? Seriously? How is this a thought that is circulating in the white sympathetic sphere? It is asinine. You know what is tangible, though? When you go out and you tell your friends, family, and strangers that you support psychotic Russia and you hope Russia beats the United States or Canada or the UK, when you go out and you tell your friends, family, and strangers that you hope communist China dominates the United States or Canada or the UK, whatever it is, economically, when you go out and you say you support Iran in its contest with the United States or whatever, you burn your reputation and you make them hate you. You make them think you're insane. And then they won't listen to anything you have to say about your concerns for our people. So you have this intangible claim about this, well, the U.S. will be weakened by a defeat on the battlefield somehow, and then somehow that translates to a weakening of anti-whites inside our civilization. And then somehow, by a way you can't articulate, intangibly, we are less victimized by anti-whites. Somehow, some way. That is what people are investing themselves in, rather than the very tangible, hey, mom or dad, I really hope the communist Chinese defeat America economically. Oh, really, son? You're nuts. Oh, really, son? Why would you want that? That would destroy the economy here. Well, I really hope, friend at work, colleague at work, that Russia crushes the United States on the battlefield in Ukraine. Oh, really? That person's insane. I've heard from every news source that the leader over there is insane, and the Ukrainian people are all innocent and all holding babies while they're being murdered. So you are clearly insane. So there's a very tangible harm that is accrued to our advocates when they say that they want the United States to be defeated in one of these venues. A very tangible lessening of our ability to advocate for white well-being. So, simply, do not hold the erroneous and illogical position that if the United States is defeated economically by China or pushed around on the global stage somehow by Iran or defeated in Ukraine by Russia, that your life, that our well-being somehow is empowered by that. It is illogical. There is no, it's a non sequitur. There is no connection between that and where we are. And you, on the other side, absolutely make it harder for us to advocate, specifically for you to advocate for white well-being, because you have burnt your reputation on an idiotic idea. An idea, by the way, an opinion that you don't have to give ever. And you never should. If you actually hold that opinion, you should never tell anyone. Never tell anybody that you want Russia to win, because all you're doing is ruining your ability, I'm going to have to say it 100 times, to get those same people to heed your concerns about the white race. Now, the only other thing to say to that is the people that are spreading this nonsense might say to you, well, if the United States, and then this is how they go to these grand hyperbolic hypotheticals, when this is what a not so intelligent midwit will do. These hyperbolic hypotheticals. Well, if the United States is embroiled in war with, say, the communist Chinese and Russia, and it's sucking all the money out, and it's absolutely, that would decrease the power of the United States. You know who else's power it would decrease? Yours. You see, if the currency loses all of its value, that's your currency. And what, by the way, pray tell, do you think these governments will do in wartime to control their populations? What kind of things become acceptable in wartime to prevent insurgent endeavors within these countries of the West? Well, it's called shot dead right on the spot. So things do not get better for us by making the countries that we live in fall to ruin and ash. This is the idea ultimately of worse is better, and worse is never better, because it could never get as worse or as bad as it has for us in South Africa. And it didn't get better. You need a method to push back against the psychological warfare waged against us. We have that with the Go Free method. Now, if every one of our brothers and sisters had, just prior to, I guess you could sit it anywhere in the timeline in our once great country of South Africa, adopted the Go Free method, well, then it wouldn't have had to get worse for things to get better. Things would have started getting better right away. So please, if you were one of the people that were holding this position and you were going out and telling people that you hope Russia wins, stop immediately before no one will listen to you. And they all are behind your back saying he wears a tinfoil hat. Let's get into the glossary. And I'm going to check what you all are saying here in just a moment. Go Free, Iteration 2, second edition. And this is from the glossary, page 204, white ill being. You occasionally hear me say white ill being, and you will occasionally see it used in the live chat and other chats of our community as well. So ultimately, what is this when people are talking about white ill being? Well, we have written here, it's a colloquial term used occasionally to mean the opposite of white well-being. So a great way to use white ill-being is to point out that Kanye West saying white lives matter results in white ill-being rather than white well-being. So for folks reaching out to me saying, oh, it's ultimately for the good. No, it's for white ill-being. And I articulated how. Because it raises the conversation of Black lives, and do they matter? And is there persecution? And is it institutionalized? And then you've got to combat all of this, and you are in their story where you are the villain and immoral and can never win. So that is white ill-being. And we'll jump back to, keep things moving along because I want to get to your comments and calls coming up here. Wonderful to see all of you all as well. Talking about South Africa. Have you ever heard the meme pathogen, which is just an anti-white concept? White genocide in South Africa is a myth or a conspiracy theory. Have you ever been confronted with that? After looking at all of the reams and reams of evidence. And this goes to the conversation that we were having with Yizz, doesn't it? That you can go armed with all of the facts and data and know it all, and the studies and the history, and know word for word, verbatim, about history from A through Z. And anti-whites could just say, white genocide in South Africa is a conspiracy theory. You're one of them there, insert the anti-white slur, bigots. This is why I abandoned that approach so long ago, because it simply doesn't work. We suggest this meme curative. A meme curative is just the opposite of a meme pathogen. South Africa is the blueprint for the entire West, which is why you deny white erasure there, because you're anti-white. So listen to how this plays out. You refield this conversation. Rather than falling into their trap and being in their story, you drag them into ours, where they are immoral. If they want to continue the conversation with you, they have to go there. That's how this works. MP. White genocide in South Africa is a myth. MC. South Africa is the blueprint for the entire West, which is why you deny white erasure there. You get to use also another meme curative, which is white erasure. Because they might say in that point as well that, and once again, pointing out the success, in my opinion, of white erasure over white genocide, which I saw some great memes about. And y'all make more memes. Make more memes using the Go Free lexicon, the Go Free dialectics, which is Yizz was using quite a bit of the dialectics, even when she wasn't using the specific lexicon, didn't have specific words or concepts to insert, still coming from the right dialectics. An anti-white that you are arguing with, or a person you're trying to persuade, a vague that you love dearly perhaps, might say, if there was genocide going on there, we would know. They would be showing videos and photographs of the bodies stacked up, and then what happens, of course, you've got to get into the discussion about what really is genocide according to the UN definition, and you've got to get into why They wouldn't show you those things so you got to try to convince the person that you're talking to that there's this big conspiracy of anti-whites and something well beyond their ability to even comprehend. And they're going to look at you with squinted eyes, hairy eyeballs. They're going to be looking at you. They're going to be thinking, this is some nutty. So you're asking me to accept some pretty outrageous things. When instead you just cut through all of that garbage, like you saw Yizz do in her debate with Academic Agent and the Furious, I think his name was. And you can cut right through all of that stuff and get to the point of bringing them over to a place where they are either neutralized, they can't act out anti-white desires because now they're unsure. They can't make anti-white arguments because now they're no longer positive about their position, or you bring them to a place where they are curious about what you're talking about. They're seeing you as the moral agent in that conversation rather than the immoral agent. And that really is what we have to be doing, and we've had to be doing for a very long time in service to white well-being, rather than just trying to be revisionist historians. No, it's got to be this. You've got to think of it like this. Let me talk to you for hours about what really happened. You don't do anything with that. And evidence of all of these years is enough. I don't need to. People who want to use the antiquated vehicles, they need to argue why, and I'm telling you what, there's no way. They need to argue why the antiquated vehicles that have never worked will suddenly work. It's just not going to happen. We have evidence to point to that the Go Free method works. All right, let me see what you all are saying. I want to engage. Engage. That's what Going Free is all about. This is time. This is your opportunity to ask questions, make arguments, enlighten me, be respectful, and the troll slayers will let you stay. Starshine Girl has added some more information here about what happened here. She said, words were exchanged. Young man punched, and a young man punched the pervert in the face. And then she says, turns out that the peeper says he's homosexual. The young man hero has now been arrested and charged with assault and public incitement of hatred. So here's the world we're in. British Columbia, Canada, would not exist without white people. Does not exist without white people. Does not. It's not a place on a map. They can write it on a map all they want. They can put it on a road sign all they want, at least for now. Right? It's going to be changed like Fort Hood, white erased, unless we recapture our destiny. And here you have maybe an imaginary female, born a male, going into the girls' bathroom. The girls feel that they are being looked at by this individual. And you know what? Ultimately, this creeps into an area where that's one aspect of it that I'm happy with. I'm happy that the white girls don't have a bathroom to hide in to get away from the persecution of Westernkind and particularly the white boys. And right now, what did you have here? You had a white boy, a young man, I'm guessing it's white. The young man is white. And correct me if I'm wrong. Who decides to stand up for these young white females and confront, I'm guessing, in some way, shape, or form. But unfortunately assaults this person. The law probably would have done nothing to this person. In fact, the law would permit it. I'm sure. Because this person claims to be something different than what he or she was when he or she was born. And assaults this person. And now, of course, the full weight of the law, the anti-white law, is going to be leveled at this young man, which is despicable. So you can see how things have become amazingly complicated in the recapture of our destiny, which is why in this bottleneck, not everybody's going to make it. Some are just not going to be bright enough to make it. Some are going to be bright enough, but they're not going to have the temperament to make it through the bottleneck. A lot of white people's lines are going to come to an end because of the pressure
the crucible that we are now in. You have to be able to look at a story like this and be delighted that white females who have been able to escape the persecution and discrimination of anti-whitism almost entirely for so many years, and therefore able to be treacherous and traitors to Westernkind and Western civilization, are increasingly feeling the pressure of the persecution and discrimination of anti-whitism. The threat, the danger. We apparently need the majority of white women to feel this threat and danger, because they can't feel it on their own. They can't foresee it in the future. Not all, but many are not able to foresee. I don't want an environment. How many of you out there have talked to white women, never had a white man, talked to white women who have relayed a story about going into an environment that is unbelievably dangerous and came out of it? They got lucky. They didn't get injured. They came out of it. But going into an environment that's unbelievably dangerous, and when you have this conversation, you're looking at them like, why did you go into the mouth of an alligator? Why did you do that? And they are just as blithe and as insouciant and as blind to the dangers as one can imagine. I think we've all had that conversation many times. Well, these young ladies, they could get in their bathroom, they could get away, they could go in there and they could talk about the persecution of the white guys out there, and they're getting away from it. They're able to have a reprieve. Them not having a reprieve anymore is a good thing, because apparently they need to feel the pain of anti-whitism to be able to act out in favor of Westernkind and Western civilization. I wonder if these young girls, white girls, went from that bathroom to that white boy. How much do you want to bet that's what happened? Come protect us now. Come protect. Now we need your help. Now we need you to protect us. Regrettably, the young man, his life is ruined. He will be convicted of this. If he just assaulted this guy, this homosexual guy or gal, he will be convicted, and that will remain on his record, especially in a country like Canada, forever. Whatever he was capable of doing, talent-wise and industry-wise, tenacity-wise, persistence, won't matter anymore. He has this blight on his record forevermore. If he had heard us, I guess the smart thing for him to do would have been to say to these females when they come running up, oh, please, we know that as a gender, as a sex, we've been selling you out for decades and decades and decades and decades. For long before our great-grandparents, we've been selling you out. But now the chickens have come home to roost. Please come beat him up. Make him stop being in our bathroom so we can stop feeling uncomfortable, because we're girls. We can't be allowed to feel uncomfortable, even though you have the jackboot of anti-whites on your throat as a white male and are uncomfortable all your days from birth till death. That young man might have said, you know what, maybe you should hold it. I'm not going to go fight anybody. I'm not going to go beat him up. Why am I going to go beat him up and ruin my life? Because you feel uncomfortable. You should feel uncomfortable, just like me. And then maybe we'll be able to take back our civilization. I feel bad for the young men. I don't feel bad for the young women. I'm happy that that's happening to them. I hope they can't use the bathroom. I hope they have to hold it all day long. Thank you very much for the rest of that info, Starshine Girl. We have here Dandy Westman, awesome name, writing, whenever there is a character in fiction who is white erased, and I see someone saying, quote, who cares, it's fiction, I reply with, quote, white erasure in fiction is conditioning for white erasure in reality, close quote. How's that for an MC? That's magnificent. And you see, that's what happens, folks, when you begin to use the go free method. There's no way. Do you know how long go free already? I got to stack this tall for the third edition. Third edition is going to be epic all over again. But there would be no way to include in a single tome everything that anybody could ever think, every situation that anybody could ever be in. This is why you have to cleanse yourselves of the mean pathogens, these anti-white ideas that are poisoning you. You have to learn what is the proper path, the proper lexicon, the proper dialectics, so that when you find yourself in scenarios where there isn't something that has already been prepared ahead of time, or there is, but you haven't come across it yet, or you just forgot it, that you will be able to innovate on the spot. And that's what Dandy Westman's saying here. I reply with, quote, white erasure in fiction is conditioning for white erasure in reality. I love that. I will probably take that down, and you might end up seeing that in the 3rd edition. That's how we're going to put it to the scientific method. We're going to put it out in the field. And folks who use it, please come back to me. Let me know, how did that work for you? What did they say in response? Did it shut them down? If we find out that this is working, it will go in to the next edition. That's how this continues to get purer and purer, more powerful. This is like distilling God's essence and being able to wield that in our contest with anti-whites. Bless you, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Light of the Twin Lamps back again with another $15. Oh, sevens. God bless you. Thank you so much, brother. $15. What's a good icebreaker to talk about white erasure, let alone race? In the past, any conversation that involved race made my white colleagues squeamish, and things like affirmative action and race-based rather than merit-based promotions are accepted. So what's a good icebreaker to talk about white erasure? Depending on the people you're talking with, it might not be a specific issue that will be best for them, but a way it's delivered. So if you bring up white erasure at work, for example, you say, well, this company used to be X percentage white, and now there are far fewer whites. They call white people, they call that diversity. So clearly diversity means fewer white people. They're really getting rid of the white people and then move on to another topic. You could just say, they're really getting rid of the white people. I think that's terrible. You know what else is terrible? I hate how they always have the heat too high at winter in this office, at the beginning of winter, because I'm always sweating. It always makes me feel uncomfortable. When you drop something that folks who are very delicate, when you drop it as it's an obvious thing, you're giving your opinion on something, or this is obviously bad, this won't go good, and then you move on to something else. They're able to digest that without feeling like they're put on the spot to have to give their opinion. Remember, brother, that your white colleagues at work, they are under intense scrutiny. You are going to be able to say things about anti-whitism that they're not. You are going to be able to say things that they'll get fired for. They're also going to be worried, even if they know you well. They're also going to be worried that, wait a second, is Light of the Twin Lamps going to, 6 months from now decide doesn't like me anymore and then say that I agreed that diversity wasn't a good thing at this place? So keep that in mind as well. I see what you're trying to do, and it's a very noble thing. Drop these hints and these tips and use the lexicon to empower your white colleagues so that they can have this in their life. Just don't expect them to suddenly say, oh, grab you, and be like, thank God, you have no idea. I hate the white erasure. The odds that that's going to happen are very slim. If white people, we are constantly terrified of in our lives. And any white person that tells you otherwise is lying to you because they are trying to conceal their fear, because they don't feel adult enough or man or woman enough to be able to share a genuine sentiment. Like, it's scary as hell to go through life worried that the field you work in, you're going to be banned from because you have said something that's not anti-white enough. That's scary as hell to have to live with that. So, dropping white erasure for them, that's a beautiful thing. Thank you for that, and thank you for the financial gift. Hey folks, we have Mrs. Jess Horst is here. $25. Save our white baby dollars. Put an end to white erasure dollars from Mrs. Jess Horst. Let's get some raucous emojis. The more raucous, the better. The louder they are, the better. Let's make sure that our raucous emojis are more raucous than the crowd that Trump is speaking to right now. And she writes with those $25, I really appreciate it. It's wonderful to see you, dear sister. She says, hey, oh, Westernkind. Hello, good sir. Hello, folks. And she has 3 white heart emojis. God bless you. Promethean hails. Promethean hails. Let me see what you all are saying in the live chat as well. I want to incorporate you all. Remember, you got to tag me while we're chatting. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I will have a look at what you have to say. Hey, he is here. The great Imminent Rain. Wonderful to see you, brother. First Last, another champion is with us. Ladybug is here. Elaine Sabatino. Vexed. Nancy Drew. Anomalous. Jerome V. Nick is here. Franklin is with us. Vexed. So many champions. If you're new and you have questions, ask it of these people. You could ask of me as well. I'll jump in. But if you feel a little too embarrassed or nervous to ask directly of me, then you can just ask folks in the live chat. We are a wonderful, superb, welcoming community, and we will happily bring you up to speed on anything that you've heard and you don't recognize. Bianca is here. Santa Claus is here. And we got Yizz is still with us. And I know I saw For Null in there. Gary is here. Wonderful to see you. Just sliding through the wonderful crowd that we have assembled here. Jerome V says they are not having a reprieve anymore. That's my quote, talking about the white females. How does that fit with not celebrating things getting worse? That they're not having a reprieve anymore? The getting worse, what do you want to call this? Mentality is a sit and do nothing mentality. And that's the big difference. We have a very targeted, it's kind of like the difference between a laser guided targeted attack and carpet bombing. There is a very important element in Western civilization, the white woman, who has not been on the side of the white male against anti-whitism for all of our lives, grandparents' lives, great-grandparents' lives. We need that to change. Apparently, argumentation doesn't do it because they're so easily swayed by sentiment that the establishment, the anti-whites, legacy anti-white establishment are able to employ, putting pictures of dead babies and things like this everywhere. What about the brown babies here? What about the yellow babies there? What about the black babies? And I want good for all babies. But this is what they say, so that white women will say, yes, and they do. So, never saying, what about the white babies? So, we need that mentality to change. The idea set, and maybe that's the best way to define it, of worse is better, is a carpet bombing scenario. We need economy to crash. We need law and order to crash. We need wholesale rape and murder. We need no law whatsoever, no arrests. We need everything to get so bad. I mean, you'll hear these people say, we need people eating out of trash bins before they'll finally. No, that doesn't do it. The other thing that is essential to this idea set of worse is better is that there isn't an ideology, a method that benefits our people. There is a God of the gaps moment that somehow from where we are to there will occur, and they don't know what that is. And you could talk to all of them. What's the God of the gaps moment? How does it go from everything just being horrible? Your money can't buy anything. You're walking around with wheelbarrows of cash that won't buy anything. How does that turn into the recapture of our destiny. And they don't have an answer. Like, ask for a very specific way. We have a very specific way the Go Free method works. That's a great question. Thank you for that. I see Lapis is with us. I see Speedrunner is here. 0022. Billy the Kid, back from the grave. Fortunately, I don't snore. Buscape is here. So is Gary. Brandon is here. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. First Last is saying, consider using BioTrue as a direct replacement of culture. Oh, interesting. Yes, I saw that in the text. I will definitely consider your suggestion, brother. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do in service to white well-being. A true champion in First Last, ladies and gentlemen. Another Mike is here. And we're rolling along. And First Last says, recheck your Cash App. I'll do that. And Elaine, it says, hails. A Promethean hails to you. Southern Bloom is here. Ursa Major is here. Welcome to you all. White Calling is here. Have you ever thought about doing 8 to 10 hour streams again? Well, we did one when we were raising money for the commercials for Jason Goes Political. We might do one again like that. We'll see. Maybe irregularly we'll do that kind of a stream and try to pull in as many people as possible. If I'm going to do something like that, I would like to see, and Yizz says on Entropy as well. Thank you, sister. Rory is with us. Wheelbarrows of Cash sounds like 1930s Germany to me. Yeah, that's the thing, is you have people who say, and this is one of the things that when Yizz was on, a thought that occurred to me. You have the very educated people, very bright people, who will sit around, and I watched this for many years in the white sympathetic sphere, these pedantic prattling, and they will debate over these little what are trivial points, but they're demonstrating their great education and then their ability to argue for their positions. And that's really what it's all about. It's like, look at my peacock tail. And I would sit there and I would think, but we could actually take the position that you are arguing for, or your group here, or you or your group there, and we could just freeze those for a moment. And then we could ask a whole list of questions about, are the circumstances the same? Are they the same in those countries? Are the cultures the exact same? Are the people the exact same as we have today? And then you find out, when you begin to ask a lot of these different questions, to ascertain whether or not you are dealing with the same matrix. Because is A or B relevant if they're, to us today, if they were in totally different matrices some other time? No, it's totally inappropriate. It is totally irrelevant. And so you find when you ask these further questions that, and which I would do, you find when you ask these further questions that it becomes a moot point, and moot's the perfect word there. It's just raised for an academic purpose and has no use for us today. Ford would not have built Ford Motor Company if he had sat down with academicians and just talked about how there could be such a thing. He got to work making it happen. Yeah, so they'll say things, and Rory, I've had people say to me, literally, in conversations, well, you know, in Germany, the 1930s, they had to push wheelbarrows around of cash, and then look what happened. What happened then? Germany went through a world war and was crushed. That's what happened. Well, yeah, but before the crushing, the crushing is kind of important. We need something. We need an idea, a method that works globally so that our brothers and sisters in the places they are can resist this sort of thing, anti-whitism in their country, and then the use of their country to crush any resistance to anti-whitism in other Western countries. It's kind of important. You kind of have two very big examples. But yeah, they would say this, and then look what happened. as though the people are the exact same. The time is the exact same. Remember, you have to answer questions like cultural inertia. These brainiacs, they never speak to that. You had, up to that moment in time that you're about to talk about, you have a cultural inertia that's feeding their ideas, contemporaneous ideas and actions. Do you have that cultural inertia today? No, you have a very different one. There are a lot of very smart people that just, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea how they fail to see all of these things. So, I mean, just talking about cultural inertia itself, you take any period in history and you try to break down, imagine how difficult it is to break down a moment in history and everything that's happening in that moment in history, aspirations, norms, etc., and to try to fully understand that. And then to juxtapose that with where we are today and find similarities, and where there are none, bridges, and where there are none, wholesale manufacturing of ideas that are missing, and the wholesale destruction of ideas that are deleterious. And you suddenly find yourself in an impossible scenario. And then you can add to it cultural inertia. So everybody in that moment, that if you could do everything all the calculations I just said, which you can't, you then have to account for their cultural inertia up to that moment. And it gets ever more complex when you begin talking about the interplay geopolitically of other states. My God. I used to sit around very smart folks and I would think, good grief, how can you all not see this? And I would mention things like this, and I don't know how you all are receiving them. It was always very amusing for me because I would begin talking about these things and spelling them out, and I would look up at these very sort of thin-necked, because these people who bend over books all day long, they often have very thin necks, about as wide as my throat. Very thin-necked, sort of emaciated, sort of bird-chested. Not all, but most. And very, smart. They just got done citing like 50 different authors. And as I run through the list of things that they have to account for, I look at them in their faces and their mouths are hung open. They're like, never thought of that. Yeah. So now, since you realize that doesn't work, you ready to listen to me? And then you can assess whether or not you think this works. Why don't you bring all of your education that you've acquired all over the years and then put that to use in an ancillary way to the Go Free method? It would be fabulous. Maybe you would end up with a statue. I don't know. But so many of them, and these are the brightest. I'm talking about, I have been in the Nerve Center for the Conservative Movement in Washington, D.C., people who have 2 doctorates. There was, what was it? The one guy had, there was one guy that had 2 doctorates and a master's. There was another one who had a doctor and 2 masters. I mean, the people that are just educated out the wazoo, great memories. And I would think circles around them. I go to the white sympathetic sphere and fabulous, brilliant people at the top, pedantic as all get out, great memories, and able to cite like you wouldn't believe. And I think circles around them. And in neither case, them wanting to follow me down the road of my arguments. Can you argue against this? Do you think this doesn't work? Let's talk about why it does or does not. I'm willing to debate you on it. No, they don't want to do that. Probably because there's this old adage, and maybe one of them knows where it comes from. Maybe one of you will remember. But it's about, are you going to use your mind and your life to record events made by others, or are you going to make events and have them be recorded by others? What's it going to be? And it's far easier, especially if you have a very gifted memory, just to sit down and read what everybody else has said and done, and then talk about it. Just draw up. And for folks that's doing that, whatever your memory, whatever your level is for rote memorization and recall of that memorization, you'll know that there's some measure of gratification. It feels good in a way just to call up thought after thought. And so I think it's an ignoble thing to do, to just squat in that when you see nothing's happening. All right. Trump is still speaking to these people. Let me bring it up briefly. There he is. He's still going to town, and they're having these people dressed up in stars and stripes, and they're standing up. Remember, if you get an opportunity, head on over there. Let those good people, the rank and file, are heroes, and we need them. We need to save them. We need to redeem them so that their lives can improve, the lives of those they touch can improve, and then they can be agents of change for the recapture of our destiny, these United States, and all of our magnificent countries. So there you have that. I'm not going to be leaving these things on screen very long because the anti-whites will want to censor me. Let me take a look at what you all are saying over here on Entropy. We've got Yizz, as she noted, $3 more. Thank you, and God bless Yizz the Unifier. She says with those $3, speaking of the scientific method, I encourage you all to watch the stream I was on last Wednesday. You can see the efficacy of the Go Free method in action against high IQ educated people. Kip. Fantastic. Wonderfully put. I'm going to read this again. Please listen closely. People wonder, does the Go Free method work? It works. It works with the laity. It works with midget sticks. It works with high IQ, highly educated people. Yizz went in there and she was able to have a respectable conversation with these people. And I'm going to tell you, it was indeed, when they talked, it was like they put up these beautiful plumes of smoke and painted these pictures with these beautiful plumes of smoke, like different colored chalks. And then she just came through there with like a Hollywood style fan that can make it look like there's a hurricane on the set. And like level 5, and it's all blown away. And she wins every single time. It's a beautiful thing to observe. Speaking of the scientific method, I encourage you all to watch the stream I was on last Wednesday. She's sharing the link for that. You can see the efficacy of the Go Free method in action against high IQ educated people. So you wonder, who all can it work with? Will this really work with somebody that's lives in the big house and has a lot of money and is a professor at the university? Yes, is the answer. Turn around here to Cash App, and we have get out your raucous emojis, because we have to put an end to the anti-white tyranny in little girls' bathrooms. $25 by Maki. God bless you, and thank you so very much. Saying everything you had to say with those $25, and we deeply appreciate it. Thank you so very much. That's over on Cash App. It is up and running. 25 glorious US dollars to put an end to the victimization of our little girls teenage girls who now have to be in the bathroom with imaginary males who I'm sure go to the bathroom even better than little girls go to the bathroom. $1 over here on Cash App from Maki as well. Add $1 to that wonderful assortment. Each of those dollars scintillating with white well-being. But this time he writes with that $1, go Jason and Yizz. Amen to that. Go Jason and Yizz. You know that we are pinning our victory story, right? You know this is the part of the story when we have to struggle against all odds. We have to struggle against the anti-white establishment has endless money. We have to struggle against the ignorance and the egocentrism of our own community. And in many cases, the white sympathetic sphere in general, not the white positive folks here. We got to struggle against that. We got to struggle against that, the ignoble behavior. But at some point, as we write this story, we begin to break free. We begin to break loose, and it gets bigger and more glorious every step of the way. Thank you so much, Maki. Wow, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. A proper salute for First Last. He wants so bad white well-being all around the world, a great white ring of roses all around the planet Earth, of our brothers and sisters celebrating our different hues of Western civilization, and nonetheless acknowledging that we all have something deeper. Our biospirit that connects us all around the world is First Last 100 US. Make it happen. White ring around the world. White roses, dollars, raucous emojis, raucous emojis. Thank you. 07s for First Last. What a champ. He's coming in swinging with glorious dollars, 100 of them. And he adds some verbiage with these $100. And he is a big fan of the Dvorak keyboard layout. And he wants you to know the Dvorak keyboard layout with $100. God bless you, First Last. A true champ. And we have over here Twin Bright Stars, which of course is Light of the Twin Lamps. But over here, God bless you, $10 more. $10 more. Thank you so much. And he says with these $10, looks like it works straight from the app, not YT. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So you had to go over to the app. You couldn't grab just the link on YT and use it. Does anybody else have that problem when it comes to Cash App? Grabbing the link on below in the description and then using on desktop, laptop, whatever it might be. Do you have to use the app? Thank you very much for that. What's the total that this champion at war with anti-whitism by our sides, how much has he already given just this day? And thank you very much for the questions and insights that you've been sharing. Please share the URL in your circles of influence. Once again, we still got a chunk of gathering left, and we want everybody to be here, as many folks as we possibly can. Take a look at D Live, and no questions over there. And it looks like I think D Live is totally censoring me now. They restricted me. They took away my ability to receive financial gifts a long time ago. And it seems like different tiers, they wouldn't let me have a partnership, even the lowest one, even though I hit all of the requirements, the criteria. And then it seemed like different levels of censorship, and it's now got to be as bad as it can get over there on D Live. This is the alt tech. Remember, it was supposed to be our savior. And we have Question Everything over here on Odyssey. Says, I recommend Jason and Blackpilled on Red Ice. They want basically, what is this? He said they went Epic SJW compilation as we are slated for eradication. So you're saying that Red Ice is now showing, I guess, what, SJW takedowns? Is that what you're saying? Question Everything? Like that's the main thing they're doing? I have not been able to see anything that they've been up to as of late. So I hope they're doing well. And that'd be a shame if that's what it has become. Remember, reach out really quickly over there. We're going to have a very short musical break, and reach out over on the Donald Trump link that I shared. Let those great people know that we're going free. We're talking about things that will help them find the road, the path to the recapture of this once great country and every other. And with that, let's listen to some of the great white rock metal, or whatever we can call it, so hard, of Imminent Rain, and then we'll be right back.
Prometheus took the clay and formed it into man. First he made the elders, into their dreams, great visions fill their souls, awakened to a paradise, preserved in script and song. They explored their habitation, growing friendships deep and strong. But while they laughed and sang, and hearts were filled with love, hatred, violent idiots were soaring above. While they danced and played, and cheeks were rosy red, something dark and sinister was lurking up ahead.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, let's keep this rolling. Let me know how the sound is if there's any issues. I want to, let's see, we were at the announcements portion of the gathering. We're having huge success. Huge success. We're running another ad on Gab, and it just is magnificent. We have had the highest click-through rate we've had so far, I think. There was one time that I think was higher, but I was sleepy, and when I took a quick look and then I went to bed. But I can say that for sure we had a click-through rate of 1.35. And if you remember, 0.35 in passive advertising is considered great. So that is truly something special. And we have had more than 500 people click through to watch this video about the great no white guilt clips, putting Caroline Leavitt on the spot and saying, is it socialism or is it anti-white? And passive views, we have had nearly 70,000 passive views, people who haven't clicked through, but they did see the advertisement. They could have read what was on the ad. So truly just epic success. Once again, every dollar well spent in service to white well-being. Obviously, bringing a great many people to awareness of the work we're doing here. And that's ultimately what we need if we're going to be able to defend ourselves when the persecution finds its way past all of those folks that are antags and playing the villain. Finally, at some point, we hope doesn't reach this point where they declare anybody who cares about white well-being is demonic. So I wanted to share that with everybody. As a consequence, I think, obviously, in part at least, of the advertising, we have gone up another 100 subscribers on Gab and another 100 on YouTube. So against the extraordinary steps the anti-whites take to censor us into oblivion, slowly clawing and climbing with bloody fingers and knees, we continue up that mountain toward that western sunrise. I do want to share, and I don't know if I brought it up or not. Darn it, maybe I did. Let's see if I can find it. First thing, because maybe I can't. But there was this, is this it? Yes. This is the ADL response, and I mentioned this earlier on Twitter. ADL response to the rapper that everybody, or so many in the white sympathetic sphere, are excited about right now. It's despicable. This is what they wrote. The behavior exhibited this week by Kanye West is deeply troubling, dangerous, and anti-Semitic, period. There is no excuse for his propagating of white supremacist slogans and classic anti-Semitism about Jewish power, especially with the platform he has. I want you all, just as an aside to the point I'm about to make, to resist the urge to debate with them the arguments that they have just made, because you will lose. You will lose with all of your friends and family and strangers. It is a trap for you. Don't fall into the trap. We're smarter than that in service to white well-being. We're smarter than that with the Go Free method. Don't fall into that trap. The one thing I really wanted to point out, and I wonder how many people have seen this so far. Do you notice that there is no hyphen in anti-Semitism? Yes, the smartest of the Jewish race getting together on a global level have finally caught up. And I posted this, I pinned it on my Gab, have finally caught up to what I realized so long ago about anti-whitism. And there you see it, proof once again that we are out in front and we are correct. If you all have any disagreements about any of these things that I'm saying, let me know respectfully and I'll speak to it. I also want to share the great Tony Fremont at White People's Press, which you can find at whitepeoplepress.com, whitepeoplepress.com, and you want to go there. If you can't, of course, everybody that I share has a YouTube channel, and I want you going to their YouTube channel. If you can't find that YouTube channel, then that's another place that you can find them and potentially find their YouTube channel. They, of course, produce wonderful books. Tony is a true champion. Everybody working with him, a wonderful person. And thank God that they are doing all the good work that they are doing. And we have shared many of the books here that Tony makes available. I hope, I pray that at birthdays, at Christmas, whatever your holidays are, that when you have to buy gifts, when you're going to buy gifts, that the first thing you do is you go over to that website, and if you can, you acquire something from there. We have to keep our currency in our community if we are ever going to have any sort of liberation, any sort of buffer against the anti-whites and what they can do to us. So please, he sent me this book by Paul Marlace called The Story of Our People. And this is a children's book. I have not read it, but please do take a look at it and check it out. It's a children's book, and this is a brand new book that they're making available over there at White People's Press. God bless Tony Vermont and everybody over there who's burning the midnight oil to keep things going for us. These are wonderful pieces. So many of their books you put right out there on the coffee table, and I don't get any money from it. So I want to push those who are white positive, who are employing the Go Free method. I want them to be great successes. We're going to help each other. Rising tide raises all of our battleships of love. The battleships of love. I came across, I didn't get a chance to ask if I could share, but there is a meme merchant in our midst who has created a ton of epic memes. And I shared a couple early in the gathering. I'll show this one again. So this is and this is the way it really should be done, in the sense that when you make a meme, and I would like to see more of us making and spreading the memes. Spread the memes. Spread the memes. Be the most powerful meme merchants there are, and spread the memes. This is one of the ways that it absolutely should be done, and that you see there is lexicon used here. You have the key concepts, 5 key concepts. There's a joke incorporated. You don't always have to have a joke by any means, but there is a joke. You have the 5 key concepts, and then you have the website, so people have a place to go. You're not doing anything. Well, if you use key concepts, you're doing a certain amount of good. You use key concepts and the website so people have a place to go, you're doing even more good. Whether it's something sentimental that gets people interested in the meme, something funny that gets them interested in the meme. If you get a lot of people interested in the meme and therefore bring them to key concepts, the website, etc., then you're really accomplishing a hell of a lot. It takes practice. And this particular person, I haven't asked whether or not I could share who she is, and we could celebrate her in the YouTube live chat. I don't know if she's here, but I guess if she's in the live chat and she thinks it's okay for me to share, then I will. But let's go ahead and let's get a round of raucous emojis, please, for this totally based champion in service to white well-being. She's made a great many memes that are fantastic. Or technically, I don't know if she made or somebody else is making these, but she's sharing them all. I guess I should find that out. because that's just as worthy of celebration. If somebody is celebrating white well-being and promulgating it by way of grabbing the work done by others, for example, No White Guilt clips and all the wonderful videos he makes, promulgating those, that is an epic thing to do, and as powerful as the creation of the clips, especially if you end up getting these into some community where it goes off and ends up with 700,000 views, or who knows. So we'll take a look at another. I love this. That feeling when a Republican politician is asked what he'll do for white people. Nothing. This is why we put them on the spot. We want all these white people to know that if that politician doesn't care about you, you shouldn't be out there voting for him. All right. And I have a PSA before we move into next segment, which is one content creator we're going to share. And then we're going to get to the mail and comments. And this is a PSA because I'm tired of reading about these things happening to white families. So I know there are folks out there who love themselves some pit bulls, and they think that these are marvelous dogs. And I know that there are especially a lot of white women out there because they have this white woman's disease, which is rehabbing terrible reputations. The more wretched something behaves, a person, an animal, the more a certain percentage of the white female population feels, I just want to hug it to my breast. I want to hug the evil viper. I want to hug the rapist. I want to hug the, whatever it is, to my breast and just I can make it cuddly. White women seem to be afflicted. I don't see not as many non-white women doing this. It just seems, and it's really made evident by this television show called, and I don't even know if it's around anymore, Pit Bulls and Parolees. It's all these white women with pit bulls and non-white males that are newly freed from jail. And they're like rehabbing the lives. They want to remake the reputation of these non-white criminals just out of jail and the bad reputation of pit bulls. That is an earned reputation. So if you have an exception to the rule, then of a pit bull, then I hope it always remains an exception to the rule. But here you have what appears to me to be a white family, mom hospitalized after her 2 kids killed in pit bull attack. Tennessee mother of 2 is now in stable condition with, quote, stitches and bite marks over her entire body, close quote, after attempting to intervene when her 2 pit bulls mauled her toddlers to death Wednesday. Christy Bernard, 30, was severely injured by the dogs when she tried to pull them off her 5-month-old boy, Hollis Dean, and 2-year-old girl, Lily Jane, just outside of their home in Shelby County, Tennessee. Both of the children were pronounced dead at the scene. They were eaten alive. According to the post made by Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Bernard's condition is reportedly stable, but the mother has an, quote, uncountable amount of stitches and bite marks over her entire body, including her face, close quote. Jeff Gibson, the uncle of the husband, Colby Bernard, wrote on Facebook. And then here's a picture of these 2 beautiful babies eaten alive. While details of how the attack unfolded and why the pets became aggressive remain unclear, the tragic incident reportedly lasted 10 minutes, according to Gibson. Gibson also said Bernard's arms and legs are bandaged, wrapped up completely. The family member also wrote, as of now, it looks like there isn't any permanent damage to the mother other than a heart that will never heal. Well, permanent damage, of course, the stitches and bite marks are permanent damage. But I guess nerve damage maybe, or something like that they're thinking about. The pets, Cheech and Mia, and these look like 2, they got a picture of them here, very healthy looking, very clean coats, kept clearly indoor dogs. Clearly indoor, happy, well-fed, and loved dogs. The pets Cheech and Mia were a part of the family for more than 8 years without a violent incident. So enough said. Keep these, in my opinion, the vast majority, albeit you might have a good one or had a good one or whatever it is. They're garbage animals. Keep them away from children, for Christ's sake. I just don't get these decisions made by some people. This is an animal. Insurance companies, for home insurance, if you've had to buy home insurance or know someone who has and you've been involved in the process, they find out you have a pit bull and your home insurance goes through the roof. Why is that? It's not because they just have it out for the pit bull. No, it's because these things are mauling people to death, but particularly and killing them, and particularly children. So it just makes no sense to me. This should be something that should be easy to stop from happening. Don't have a white baby, toddler, whatever it is, 7-year-old, 8-year-old, 10-year-old running around the house and the yard with this, it's such a bad rep and he's just always so cuddly. 8 years of cuddly. And I've seen that story so many times. My opinion, you don't have to agree. Content creator. We normally have a whole slew of them, but I discovered there's one that's not on the list. And I discover a new one from time to time that should be on the list. And that is Imminent Rain. We've been playing his music tonight on YouTube. Search Imminent Rain, or perhaps one of the mods can find his YouTube and share it. He's making this great music, as I said, an entire album dedicated to my book, Prometheus Rising. I'm working on the audiobook, and it is totally glorious. A spirituality that is really going to be beneficial to our people, whether you practice religion, or one of our religions, or atheism, whatever it might be. So check out, please follow Imminent Rain. There's much more of his work over on his YouTube channel. Now, the mailbag. We want to get to the mailbag. And it looks like Trump is still doing his thing. So if you wanted to go over there and leave a comment, please do come back. We've got 3 pieces of mail. The first one is from our dear lady, Elaine Sabatino. And it is another glorious package. And I want to get some 07s for Elaine. Let's get some raucous emojis, some 07s for Elaine. Here we have this wonderful, and I guess did you decorate this? Did they come this way? This is wonderful. The whole container is just full of beautiful, truly beautiful things. And I think what I'm going to do is she makes so many wonderful, beautiful things. Artistic things, when people buy books, etc., I might toss in a little gem made by Elaine Sabatino. She writes, "Sorry to hear about the end of TAP, but I really enjoy Jason Goes Political. I'll write and send more goodies for Halloween. White well-being, fondly, Elaine." God bless you, sister. That is awesome. Thank you so much. It's beautiful. Let me share an example of like what she has made here, and especially this time of year, it's perfect. Look at this. Oh well, it's gonna, I guess, because there's green in there. That's not, well, hold it down here. That's beautiful. Looks like there's green in that one too. But it is chock full. She's got stickers. She's got cards. She's got, I'm gonna see if maybe this can be. There you go. That works. They all say, I mean, can you imagine? She's sitting down with her talons, and it's just like beautiful item after beautiful item she has built, she has made, and it's the kind of thing that's going to resonate. Folks are going to receive these things, and it's going to be something that buoys their heart, and they're going to see, well, this is from a loving community. These are from loving people. So thank you so much, Elaine. I really appreciate that, all of it, and all that you do. You're very talented, and that's a time-consuming thing. making those sorts of things. So I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we also have, let's see, a letter. Let's see what I can say. Okay. Can I say, we will say that this is from Doug. How about that? And Doug says, "Hail, Jason. News flash. Dirt on Deal. No more spiel from Deal." We're talking about Jeff Deal, when No White Guilt Clips just crushed him. And we just showed a meme. That was Jeff Deal there. And then this is cool. He says, "Clips, 2 political haircuts in one day." Very witty, Doug. That's fantastic. He did. He took out 2 of them in one day. That's how awesome our Clips is. I mean, you see these successes from No White Guilt Clips and Yizz The Unifier just recently, both kicking ass with the Go Free method. You don't see that elsewhere. All right. And let's get a raucous emojis, because along with that, Doug has financially gifted 30 Save the White Babies from anti-white Pitbull dollars. God bless you, man. $30. Raucous emojis for Doug and his magnificent, witty remarks there. And $30. Thank you, brother. And we have one more here in the mailbag. One more. Digging into I'm very happy to have some mail in the mailbag. I feel like Santa Claus. He's with us today, right? And this is from, let's see, a wonderful letter. I can't, he wrote eloquently and powerfully for 2 pages. So I'm not going to be able to share all of that with you all, but I will say that this is from Blue-Eyed Wolf. He talks about Jared George. He talks about No White Guilt Clips. He talks about all the good work that we're doing here, how proud he is, and how excited he is for the successes, and how happy he is to be here. Blue-Eyed Wolf. That and a financial gift of $150 US. Thank you so much, champion. $150 US to putting an end to Republicans who claim to be in rebellion to the Republican Party, who claim to want to do something real in service to the United States, and who we are putting on the spot and finding out, no, indeed, they want to just continue with a tiny bit more edgy comments so that they can put their asses in seats and do nothing but occupy a seat. Another placeholder Republican. We don't need any more of those. So God bless you. $150. And thanks you to everybody who is celebrating Blue-Eyed Wolf for that handsome contribution. We're going to lay a bumper down. We're going to read a few comments, and then we will have some calls. How does that sound? Go free yourself if you don't like. That's bass guitars. If you don't like what we're doing here, you could just go free yourself. I will refresh. Hey, tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I will get to your comment. We have Art Acrobats over here in Cash App, financially gifting $3.09. Thank you so much, good brother. And he says, amen. I guess maybe a man in the woman's room. It's a schlong story. Oh, man, Art Acrobats. A man in the woman's restroom? It's a schlong story. Oh, I bet you were cracking up when you were writing that. I bet you, I want to see Jason's face when he reads this. I want to know what he's reading. And nobody else will know. Oh, Elaine says that she collages blank postcards. So she did that. She did that. Look at how wonderful that is. This is beautiful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I'll share some more that she sent next time we're together on a Sunday Going Free. God bless you. All right. Let's see what you all are saying. Tag me as no white guilt. No white guilt. Even when this thing is not functioning properly, you can tag me as no white guilt. Looks like Trump is still going. Sure, it's going to be a bunch of hot air. Ardent Party is here. Hello, Jason et al. Just finished an interview with a Belgian. I need a Mara Western rehab. Okay. All right, thanks. Ama Nana is here. Hello to you. Board Troll, Dean, welcome to everyone. You have reached salvation. Please take your seats. All right, let's get some of these. Let's get some of these comments. And then if you would like to call today, let me know over on Skype and I will call you. And I think definitely have Mr. V. I don't recall anybody over the week asking to have a call. And if you would like to have a call, if you'd like to have me call you, let me know now on Skype. And then we will make sure to give you some time. Depends on how many people want time and how much time we have left. But we're going to get to these comments written by you amazing people in service to white well-being. The Eternal Quest writes here, hey, no white guilt. I bet you have often thought about or might have been asked, why are you still on YouTube? What is your secret? Have you spoken somewhere about your approach from this perspective of surviving in the new framework of anti-white censorship? Thanks for your thoughts or hints. And then WLM, try no white guilt instead. Try that instead. You'll have more success, I promise. All right, Eternal Quest. The first thing is that you have to genuinely be white positive. You're not going to be able to conceal white negativity. So a lot of people who are white negative, and a great demonstration of how you're not going to be able to conceal white negativity, is that white negative people will claim that what I'm doing, what we are doing, is for optics. Anybody who doesn't want to be a villainous looking scumbag is somehow, in their minds, deviating from what is or what should be our advocacy. We fervently disagree with white negativity. White negativity is claiming to be serving our people by slandering other races of man, by hating on other races of man, by talking about other races of man endlessly in negative ways. That's all white negative. It's all being in the anti-white narrative. It is all making you a character in their story. And that weakens you. That weakens our efforts. And not only, but it also undermines, because you cannot recapture the destiny of Westernkind by way of white negativity. So you have to be in the right place with your heart, focused on Westernkind, focused on putting an end to our victimization, because then you're not biting your tongue. YouTube anti-whites are looking for the stigmata of the villain in the anti-white narrative. They're looking for the antag, the antagonist character in their story. If you are not the antagonist in their story, And of course, we have a position that isn't anti-white enough. So that does get their attention, but not in the way that being the villain in their story does. We've suffered. I've lost channel. I've lost platforms, channels all over the place over the years, but not nearly as many as others who are ultimately harboring evil in their hearts. So harbor love in your heart. Then you're not trying to pretend to be something or always trying to like wink, wink. You know what I really mean? Kind of a garbage. I've never been that, so I don't have to pretend. And the benefit also of me having never been that, written all that I have, spoken all that I have publicly and on YouTube, is that people who take up the Go Free method can point to me and say, there are decades in that guy of this position, and that's what I agree with. And that's a great defense against those who want to stereotype everyone who isn't anti-white enough. So you can see from the way we articulate our positions that it's wholly different from what you see elsewhere in the white sympathetic sphere. Now, that goes a long way to preventing anti-whites or discouraging anti-whites from hammering with the worst of their censorship. There are other psychological factors when it comes to the anti-whites themselves that come into play. Things like if you behave and look like and talk like their ultimate villain, then they receive a great deal of satisfaction in taking you down. If you are not that way at all, then fewer and fewer of them will be motivated enough to try to utterly censor you into oblivion. So a great example is Nick Fuentes saying everything he can to get attention for himself in the short term. That, and in so doing, incites the anti-whites because he portrays the antag in their story, and it engenders in a great number of them the zealous desire to take him down and the satisfaction having taken him down. He's not taken down because has a remedy for anti-whitism. That's a big error that's made by people in the white sympathetic sphere. I heard the other day somebody say, things are so bad, and I've just taken to the belief that I just endorse everything the system objects to, because that must be right. No, it's not right. Anti-whites don't know what will defeat them. Why would they? That's not why they oppose something. When there is when you have a field, if you will, of channels on social media, on different platforms, and they're all speaking up this particular field in various ways, speaking up against anti-whitism, the ones that are going to get the attention of the anti-whites are not, certainly not at this stage, the ones that are likely to take down anti-whitism. They don't believe anti-whitism can be taken down. And indeed, if we don't get enough people going free, it can't. What gets their attention are those who look like the villain in their story. The more you look like their villain, the more attention you're going to get from them. So it is totally erroneous. And this is a side benefit of this question that you asked, Eternal Quest, is that I get to articulate that it is totally erroneous to conclude that the most censored of people are the most right. That's now those who are heavily censored will claim, well, I'm censored because I'm the biggest threat. Bravo, Sierra. Absolutely not. 100% not. Anti-whites do not know what will defeat anti-whitism as a whole. They do not know, what will defeat anti-whitism as a whole. And anti-whites as a whole are not able to, in a group think, come to that conclusion. That's a little bit more of a sophisticated way. I'm not going to really dig into that, but as a group, they can't conclude that any particular approach is going to be a detriment or something really powerful to overcome what they've produced and what they benefit from. As a group, what they can easily do, groupthink-wise, is identify the villains in their story. And that's what they go after. That's what they derive the greatest satisfaction from. It is orgasmic for anti-whites to take somebody playing the villain off the stage. Heckler's veto, Richard Spencer style, off the stage. Nick Fuentes off the virtual stage. It is orgasmic for them because they are playing the villain. So if you're not playing the villain, you don't get as many of them to want to give you attention. And there are going to be an increasing percentage of them that say things like, hold on a minute. If we really believe these things about it being like all races and shouldn't be any discrimination against any races or anything like that. And this is where there is confusion at different levels, if you will, inside of anti-whitism, which we have to use to our benefit. This is about neutralizing victimizers, paralyzing them, I should say, paralyzing our victimizers so they can't act. They doubt their position. A growing percentage will say, if they're really just for the well-being of white people, for example, talking about us, and they invite everyone to object to that which is victimizing them, then is this the right thing to do? To go after them and censor them? That is discord in their ranks, which is a very powerful thing. It's honest too. It's honest discord because that's really where we honestly are. That's really what we honestly are doing. And if you want to know whether or not that happens for anti-whites, you can look just to Karlin Boroshenko. And if you remember when we had our dust up with her, at one point she was so angry in one of these multi-hour things talking about us and other things that had upset her. She shared that even her husband had said, "What's wrong with white well-being?" And that she said she had to set him straight. That's an honest discord taking place. So how fervent could she be, for example, about coming after white well-being when her husband is saying, well, what's the problem with white well-being? You know, these people aren't Nazis. Now, if they were Nazis, her and her husband, they would obviously take them down. They would have a lot of energy from that. There are other smaller things that I mentioned from time to time, but I got to move on here. But things like when there is an issue du jour, you don't want to pick up and slander with plain speech an issue du jour for the anti-whites, whatever it might be. So the little girl talking about, that ugly little girl talking about anthropogenic climate change. When she's out there and she gives a speech and whatever it is, and all the anti-whites are very excited about her, you don't want to go on your channel and then say, here's this girl, here's her name, here's the event, all plain in a plain spoken way, and then say that she is some sort of agent or that she's, etc. Whatever it might be. Because in any sort of claim that you could make there, once you've stated her name, when it's an issue du jour for the anti-whites, that'll be grounds for getting rid of your channel. So there are other things out there as well. So it begins with honestly in your heart being focused in love for our people to put an end to the victimization of Westernkind, which, by the way, we point out is going to be good for everyone of all immutable characteristics in all of our countries across the West, because they all like it in the West since it's Western. And it's not going to be Western if everything Western is white erased, including the white race. Thanks for that question. Todd says, did you get a new studio? Also, your video no longer show up on my feed. Your videos no longer show up on my feed. I have to specifically search you out every time now. The studio, Jason Goes Political, is not new for Jason Goes Political. It's been there since the first couple of episodes. But yes, I guess it's new generally speaking. And thank you for noticing. Also, you're talking back to the Eternal Quest question, how do you remain on YouTube? Here I am being censored into oblivion. Todd apparently used to get me on his feed, my videos, but now never does anymore. He has to specifically search for me, and that's what we're left with. That's just something we have to deal with. That's the battlefield that we're in. KB5, have you noticed that he or she says a specific non-white race, I'll just say non-whites, are increasingly overrepresented here on YouTube? Yes. And when you talk about this, you talk about how white people are 60-some% of the population in the United States. They are still the sweeping majority of the population across the West in every single Western country. They're obviously users of the internet and YouTube. You could probably even look up to see how many users, but if you were just to say, if it's equal among the races, how many white people are being discriminated against in promotion on YouTube? And that's how you would share it with your friends, family, or strangers. And then you talk about how immoral it is, how wrong it is to discriminate against white content creators on the basis of their race. Don't say because of their skin color, because of their race, because of their biospirit. And that it demonstrates that the people in charge are anti-white. It doesn't matter what race they are. What matters is that they're anti-white and they're discriminating against white content creators. A great many millions probably around the world are trying to make a living off of the creation of their content. And so what does this do to their lives and the lives of those they support or could support? Could they have families? Could they have been a big success on YouTube? Could they have made themselves a lot of money and then invested in a charity? I mean, start a charity. You're talking about opportunity costs here. You want to talk about our victimization. So yes, I have noticed how there is great discrimination and persecution of Westernkind on YouTube, and it's because YouTube is run by anti-whites. Boar Hollows says, did not Putin openly state, quote, from Russia to the Atlantic is a large land of white people, and it must be preserved, close quote. I do not speak Russian, so I was just reading what he was said to have been saying, but I did not see the video of him, quote, saying this. By the way, I am not a Russian or a big Putin supporter, but when I saw that, I was like, wow, can you imagine any Western leader saying anything like this? No, never. Of course, I chimed in there that I never heard of him saying such a thing. And more importantly, the absence of him talking about the victimization of Westernkind, this discrimination that we just were talking about over all the years that he's been in power, when it's something that he could use against the West as a moral cudgel, demonstrates that he doesn't care about white people at all. He is anti-white as all get out. Or he would have used his position to talk about these things, especially now. He does say the opposite, that he's going to clean out the Nazis in Ukraine and these other places, which of course is any white, ultimately, even though they have like genuine criminals that they take from prison and then put in this Nazi group, or 2 or 3, I think there are there. This Nazi is euphemism, or dysphemism, I should say, for all white people. He's not drawing a distinction. But I wanted to share Mr. Fuchers, who wrote here, I don't believe he has said that, but if he did, I feel as if he didn't mean it. He has also said a number of times that the West treats non-whites poorly and that white nationalism must be dismantled. White advocates like Maxim Sack have been murdered by his regime, and Russian cities have been flooded with non-white ethnic groups. His government has used non-white border crossers to wage war on European nations like Poland And Russia Today regularly has anti-whites on their show and runs a very anti-white media organization called Redfish. It looks like their agenda is to promote every fifth column to collapse the U.S. government and Western governments so they can set up their own malicious anti-white puppet states in the ruins of the West. I felt that was really important to bring up because Russia, China, any adversary, Iran, of the United States, of the UK, etc., is not going to do something to our countries to better them, to make them stronger. Empowering advocates for white well-being or white sympathetic people, empowering those people would not be good for Russia. It would not be good for China. They will never help you unless they know that you are detrimental to that civilization, detrimental to that country. They are locked in a battle for survival with these entities. So their desire is to feed the waste in our countries so that things will collapse, so that there will be anarchy in the streets, because that empowers them. We have some more here, but I want to get to these calls because we only have about 10 minutes. So each caller is only going to have a couple minutes. The first one is going to go to, you only have a couple minutes. So if you've got more to say, then we will have to bring you back next time. And I'm just looking back now to see. This is Buscape. We're going to call Buscape. Buscape, you have 2.5 minutes. Here comes the call.
Oh, hello.
Hey, brother, how you doing? 2.5 minutes. The mic is yours.
Oh, hey, brother Jason, how you doing tonight, man?
Oh, it's epic. I'm feeling glorious. What's on your mind?
Oh, Jason, you're completely right about that anti-white narrative, man. And the people that are listening, that's probably one of the most important messages that they can take from you, because their ultimate goal really is to inflict harm on you. And take Jason Fuentes, for example. They took his flight from him. They need that shield to do something that's unconstitutional and inhumane to you that will be protected or overlooked. And that's why it's so important, because there's no way getting out of it once you're in it.
Yeah, that's 100% right, man. 100% right.
And I've been wanting to tell you this for a couple weeks. I've actually took this I took this little course. It was only $2, man. It was this guy named Jan Hatfield. He wrote this little course, and it was called the Socratic Method of Interviewing People when you do an ambush interview on it. And when that guy went to Geoff and did what he did, man, that gave me a great idea. I went and redid that course again, because I'm going to do the same thing here in Virginia, man. I'm going to find one of those little crooked conservative politicians, and I'm going to come up to them and do the same exact thing, but I'm going to catch them off guard a lot harder.
Oh, man, that is awesome. I'm looking forward to that. That's great, man. Turn right around and get some education so that you can be more effective. That's the difference between us and so many others.
Yeah, it's basically that Socratic method. It's basically a way of testing their principle on the spot and seeing if they have a consistent principle.
Brilliant, man. That is fantastic. I'm really looking forward to you putting one of these folks on the spot and then seeing how it rolls out as they panic in trying to answer your questions. Do you have anybody in mind? Or you have a time frame?
I don't know. I'm still waiting to make a move. I need to get to where they're gonna be. See, like I'm near the Charlottesville area, so I need someone that's gonna be close, and I need where I know there's gonna be an event where there's people there where they'll allow a Q&A. I don't want to kind of scream it out like the one guy did. I actually do want to get up close and personal and be able to get out an uncomfortable question or two before they try to scoop me out.
Man, that is awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
You know, and another thing is, man, like that contest we're doing, like what is anti-white? You know, man, this would actually be perfect. You could get people like even vagues involved, people that just like to troll people. If you turn that into a contest of testing their principle about if they're consistent when it comes to white people, just the troll alone, you would get other people wanting to do it. You could actually make something like that take off. That should have been the contest.
Oh, that's a great idea. And I imagine when Porridge hears that, his gears will start working. You're right. That could pull in a bunch more people, especially if there being a prize for first, second, and third. And then having like the rules set out so that it's got to be like demonstrating, just like you said, are they consistent when it comes to white people? Are they going to defend white people? They're going to be able to say white people, or they're going to be able to object to anti-whitism. Set up those rules for participation, and you're 100% right, Biscate. That would draw in folks beyond the white positive sphere out into the white sympathetic sphere. Great idea, man.
Yeah, just trying to get a laugh just for the LOLs alone.
Oh man, that is fantastic. Well said. You say anything else before we let you go?
No, man. I got pretty much all the stuff I wanted off my chest. It was great. You sound extra white positive tonight. So I mean, I'm glad everybody's having a good night.
Well, God bless you, man. Thank you so much for calling. Anytime you want to call, you just let me know. And Promethean hails to you.
All right, take care, Rowan, and Promethean hails back.
All right. Wow, that's a great idea, isn't it? That's really smart. We'll let Porridge know, or he'll as soon as he sees this, I'm sure the gears will start. And you know, in Porridge, those are some prodigious gears. He's a really smart guy. Let's go. We're going to go over to Rory Herbert for 2.5-3 minutes right now with a phone call. And then Mr. V. Uh-oh.
Oh, Jason.
Yes.
It's still ringing. Oh, no.
Is it on your computer or phone in the background?
Hold on.
Oh, I don't hear it
How's
now.
that?
That's better.
Oh, excellent. Right. Right. Okay. No, I've got it, Jason. Oh, God. I was on, I noticed you weren't on PWR last Wednesday.
That's right. When most of the members of the NJP appear, there's an agreement between them and Mark that I won't be there when they appear. And so he essentially gives me the day off.
Okay, well that explains it. Because Warren, is it Balog or Balog?
Balog, that's it, yeah.
He was on there, and he mentioned something about the bomb plot in 1944 against Adolf Hitler. Okay. And I actually posted a paid chat and said my son was actually at school with a descendant of Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg.
Okay.
And I'd actually met his father in a rather smart Austrian-style suit.
Oh.
And I said, "What is your opinion of that bomb plot?" And he basically turned around and said, "They were traitors to the Third Reich. They all deserve to be executed."
Okay.
Which was quite a bit shocking to me, I have to say. He did put up an argument for it. He said that, well, it would have caused civil war in Germany and the Soviets would have just taken over. But I thought that was a little bit of speculation. He did mention someone else had said something about that. But no, I was wondering, do you know the chap? Do you have any opinions of him personally?
Well, I think what's what's happening there is the NJP are, and Warren's father, and I heard a little bit on and off of the show, and there was a financial gift that came in asking about what is Warren going to do different with the NJP than his father did with the American Nazi Party. And so the NJP, and what is does anybody remember what the German party that it's sort of modeled after, the current German party that it's, maybe they'll put it NDP or something like this, which is a Nazi party in Germany. His opinion, I'm guessing, and I can't speak for him, but I'm guessing NPD, Franklin saying, okay. His opinion, I assume, is that he wants Germany to have won that war because he admires Nazi Germany, Nazi ideology, National Socialism. And so somebody trying to stop National Socialism by murdering Hitler, he's obviously going to refer to as a traitor. This is looking in this rearview mirror, which this is something that I am fervently against, is, we're going down the road and the brakes aren't working and there's a lot wrong with the automobile. The rearview mirror is not a place where our eyes need to be. And that's where a lot of folks, they put their vision on what's behind us, because they think that what's behind us is replicable, or that it is similar, or that the environments are the same, or that the viewpoints are the same. And I don't know to what degree his opinions or NJP's opinions are congruent with National Socialist Germany. I know that they have party points that are the same number and very similar to the National Socialist Germany points. But the issue, of course, is when you're looking backward all the time, and I believe it's an error to try to find something that can be done for our people today by way of looking back to Nazi Germany or fascist Italy. Two completely different scenarios, different populations, different cultural inertia. I mean, it's just so many different things. It's inapplicable. And but I'm not saying that there isn't any policies or ideas or concepts from that an intelligent person and an honest person could argue about socialism and nationalism in favor of or against. That could be here nor there for me. That is something that I believe we will remedy at a later time when we are closer or have recaptured our destiny. And I believe we'll do it in a much more equitable way than it's been done in the past, in a much more intelligent way. But ultimately, I think they're looking to this period, idealizing this period and those individuals. And what ends up happening is, even though, let's say that Warren is, let's say he's 100% right about history. He's 100%, let's say he's 100% right, and that everything that was good in the world happened on that side, and everything that was bad in the world was on the other side. He still has to deal with a population that believes the opposite, an entire population that believes the opposite, and many of whom believe the opposite fervently, fanatically. And so that's a conversation that, in my estimation, he's not going to be able, and that group, they won't be, I know they are called a party, but they'll never get a party designation. They'll never be licensed to be a party in the US. But that group, they have to deal with that. And you are a great example of hearing, well, wait a second, these people are for white people, but they are at the same time for this Hitler and the regime. You are in these live chats. You're obviously concerned about the well-being of white people, but it struck you as discordant. And I submit, and I believe that it's inarguable, that there are many, many scores of millions of white people that, upon hearing that, are just struck dumb and turn away from any sort of argument that could come out of Warren or that community thereafter. So I don't know him personally. I've met him, and but I don't know if he attended an event that I was at, and one time. But I can't say much more than that, brother.
Well, the reason I found it rather shocking, Jason, was that, I'd mentioned that my son knew his grandson. I knew the son's father, and he'd actually come to this sports day at school in a very smart-looking Austrian suit, and was clearly a man who was, proud of his Westernkind heritage.
Yeah.
And he just turned around and said, no, they should all be executed. Well, no, you're wrong there.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's why I asked the question, Jason. But thank you. That was a very good answer.
Well, thank you, good brother. You can call in anytime you want. Promethean hails to you.
And Promethean hails to you, sir. Yes, good night.
Good night. Well, this is actually going to be a very rare going free, because we're not going to be able to have Mr. V on. I just looked at the time, and that was a big question that I was trying to answer in a delicate way, because there is they're doing things the way that they are doing things, and I hope that they are as white positive as a person can be, where they stand up for our people, any of those people who are involved or who are supporters or who are thinking about it, where they are supportive of. I don't think I won't be able to pull that up now, unfortunately. We got a minute and a half, man. We'll have to do it next time. Mr. V had a great meme that I'm gonna share next time, or maybe a roll-in. But where their morality comports with my own, then I would support them. But where it doesn't, then obviously I don't support that. And anywhere that they are white negative, I don't support that. And but yeah, they work with Mark, and they appear together and they work together otherwise. And so I'm not trying to disrupt that any more than my white positive white ass has already been disrupting what otherwise I think would probably be a quite happy relationship over there. So I wish the best for them. I hope they will go free and become white positive and get their eyes off of that rearview mirror, as I hope for all of you. We're in the final 50 seconds. So we got to wrap it up or I am screwed. So it's been a wonderful going free. You all are magnificent. And let's make sure that every day moving forward this week, we are the champions that we expect and want our children and grandchildren to be. I love you all. Let's go free.